I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live what I believe.
Mazarbal resubscribed for 6 months.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Sad Cheetah resubscribed for 5 months. LETSGO morning all.
Tess. What is good, chat? What is good in the hood? Don't really banned. That's what streamer band said. And so we're gonna take a look at it. I'm gonna get me a fig bar. Ooh. Does anybody have why Dicktone got banned? Also, chat, I have good news. And by good news, I mean I finished my hair. Which I guess is good news if you think about it. You ready to see it? It's gotten long. My clips are still in as well. Hold on, hold. Boom. And take the clips up here out. Which is what I'll do now. Wait. You couldn't hear me probably. Because I was on a different scene. Tell me why I watched while I was doing my hair yesterday. So in case you don't know, I was not live yesterday because obviously I was doing my hair. Tell me why I watched A New Hope for the first time in like 20 years. I mean, not 20 years, but like for the first time in like probably close to like over a decade. The movie still holds up, except for the whole subplot about sibling incest. That part was not great. Also in the Empire Strikes Back, that part is also not great. The question now has to be asked. Did George Lucas intend and plan for, spoilers, Darth Vader to be Luke's father? Or was he just flying by the seat of his pants and he just wanted to make Luke and Leia siblings after they've already had a, you know, had a will they, won't they? You know? And so going back and watching that, I'm just like, I don't, Anyway, so I can't even hear myself. What's up, chat? Hope you're well. They do it different in a galaxy far, far away.
She's my African princess.
By different, you mean incest.
_Kus_ just subscribed.
Speaking of incest.
Everything made a video on ULMAO.
Wait, who did? Oh, yeah, I saw. Because I only see these things when y'all post it in the freaking, in my Discord. So y'all should, again, y'all should not even know. Or there's also another video as well. By Tevin. That's somebody else. I think it was I don't remember who. Sit on the it's in the Discord as well. You probably won't look at the Trail Talks Everything video, cause like who Omega Lol. But we'll look at maybe we'll look at the Tevin video. So at least I think that would be in better faith. No, a better faith reaction. But yeah, how y'all doing, chat? Oh, new video, by the way. Of course there is. I didn't spend my entire day doing my hair, and then I had to rush at like 12 o'clock last night for like 2 hours trying to edit this video down because I just didn't have time to do it in the day. Close. So yeah, let me pause the music. We're gonna go live on you do your own retwists, of course. Of course. That's why I wasn't live yesterday. Got the Switch pre-ordered, so I'm all in for the hype. I don't think I played enough on the Switch 1 to even be able to pre-order Switch 2. Did you get the Switch 2? No. Wow. Even my fam likes it. My Switch has collected dust for years. My Switch is even here with me. It's back home. Right? I was even considering buying the Stream Deck because I think I would play the Stream Deck more often than I would play the Switch. But I just never bought it because I had no reason to. You feel me? Did I correctly that we don't know why Dicktone was banned? Dicktone has his his own interpretation. Somebody in chat sent a link that as to why he was banned. We will never know. Twitch will never tell us, and we have to rely on Dicktone giving us the truthful interpretation, which I don't believe. Mario Kart was like 90. I saw a post saying that Mario Kart was $120. $120 freaking dollars, bro. But yeah, so first we're gonna start with this. Probably was banned because of harassment again. Probably. Actually, no. Before that, let's go live on YouTube, and I'm gonna use my old Dicktone thumbnail for it. Hmm. Ow. I was didn't said he was asked to not talk about Frogan, one other person by Twitch, but then instead he doubled down. Wait, is this what I looked at yesterday, chat? Remember what I looked at yesterday? I said the exact thing. I was like, oh, remember? Why are you sending me an r/asmongold link? I'm not clicking that without any context. I was like, I was when we opened up the oh, hold on, let me go live first as well. Start. Okay. When we opened up oh dude, the lolly slop tuber in training, right? Or Tectone. Sorry, the other lolly slop tuber in training. I saw a video of his that was like talking about Frogan. I was like, is he not supposed to talk about Frogan anymore? And then he ended up getting banned from it. Tectone called it on May 3rd, 2025 that he will be banned from Twitch in 31 days according to his reputable source. Couldn't that be himself? Couldn't he just do something that he knows is bannable to get himself banned? He's not calling anything. You know what I mean? He's not like a prophet who's like, I ordain that I will be banned within the next month. I've seen it in my mind's eye or whatever. Like he can just do something that was bannable, which he probably did, you know? In order to promote his kick. Right, which is what he's doing. He got himself banned on Twitch to promote his kick. Right? Because he's hoping to inflate the numbers and boost his audience on that website. Right? Because it's not sustainable. If he goes over there now and he just streams over there normally, he'll get a little bit of money. Like Asmongold got a little bit of money. Like to begin with. But like then in like 2-3 months, it'll be nothing. Right, so he needs to inflate the amount of money he gets early, the amount of audience he gets early by generating buzz. Gotcha, I'm just taking out my clips. But anyway, watch my newest video. He's blaming Hassan or the fact that he streamed on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube at the same time. Just another, oh, poor me. He knows why he got banned. I think he knows exactly why he got banned. He was talking to Asmon and they were both planning on moving to X as founding streamers there. I mean, go for it. Like, I think that they can get a bag if they do something like that, but like they're not going to get longevity. Right? They're not going to be streaming on X in 3 years. Right? Because nobody's going to watch them there. But anyway, if you didn't see, chat, I posted a video. This video came out a little bit late because I woke up and there was a copyright block on it. And so I had to remove a little bit of music. But it is out finally. Does my hair look nice? It's long. I can't see though. Ow. When do people start streaming on Twitter? Not nobody really yet. Some people stream on Spaces, right? Twitter Spaces. And they do it for the same reason why people stream on YouTube and Twitch, and that is increased reach, right? The same reason why people tweet when they're live on Twitch, right? Increased reach. I have an audience on Twitch, or sorry, on Twitter, right? Like 40,000. Why would I not try to engage that audience when I'm going live? Yeah. Watch this video. This video is, I think it's funny. It starts with a Dicktone trigger warning. Trigger warning for Dicktone, you have been warned. Everyone is leaving Twitch? Okay, I'm slightly. Who else is leaving
Very
Twitch?
dystopian. I'm done, and bro looks like he's just won $5 million in the lottery. I heard this video was pretty serious. Let's see what's going on with our boy Nicholas.
Hey guys, it's
Who's this? Who's Nicholas? Nicholas Light TV?
Hey guys, it's Mr. I get banned, canceled, copyright striked, copyright claimed every other day.
Wait, what was that video down there? Streamers are ruining DreamCon? I'm slightly interested in that video too.
If you don't know what DreamCon is,
I am slightly interested in okay, I don't know why this video says black streamers are ruining DreamCon. Why they gotta be black?
Banned, canceled, copyright striked, copyright claimed every other day. Coming.
I mean, if he's reacting to full videos of anime, of course you're getting copyright claimed. Just because you put it on like 75% opacity in a smaller window, he's a weird guy.
At you live with a big update. So it's June 1st, and I wanted to make this video to talk a lot of shit. Long story short, I'm no longer streaming on Twitch. Why? Because I'm not a terrorist. That's why. And if I was, the website would love me. But sadly, I'm not Hassan. I don't make race tier lists. I watch anime. I react to anime episodes, and that's a problem, right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah. For Twitch, yes. Yeah, that is a problem. Like, I don't know what to tell him.
Because I do that, if I do it again,
We're gonna get to one of my favorite parts. Has a problem with everybody. And if you have a problem with everybody, you know what who the problem actually is?
will come at you the second you do something wrong. The second you do something wrong, they will be at your throats and they'll dispose of you. They said I'll never be nothing without K-pop, and yeah, look where I am. After the K-pop
Bro said, look where I am.
They said I'll never be nothing without K-pop.
Wait, this isn't it. There's a very funny meme I put in here. You just have to watch it. You just have to watch it, chat. You have to watch it. It's a whole story from top to bottom. But it's live on my channel. I've been doing well about posting on YouTube consistently. I have made it 1 week. We've made it 1 week. 4 more to go. Wait, I lied. I made it 4 days. It's only 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This video came out 7 days ago, so I missed this day here. So, but I did make it 1 video a day since June started. 1 video a day since June started. So, Arceus Marvel fighting game looks fire. Let's take a look at it as well. It was a very good cereal bar. No. Anyway, let's
Hey guys, please hit like on the
let's look at the good news of today. we'll talk about this. And then look at Hassan giving streaming advice. That I am curious to see. Where's the link to it at? What? Sorry, I'm getting my links together. I keep scrolling through Twitter trying to find something. Here, that's what I was trying to find. We're starting with this. You should compare Hassan's advice to agents. If it's not in a video, I would do that, but it's just a tweet. So we'll just take a look at it. So, if you didn't, actually, I had this bookmark the entire time. I was just scrolling to find it. If you didn't see, this morning at 1:15 a.m. PST, Dicktone, aka Dicktone, aka the man with allegations, aka they got your mans, aka the son of a rapist, aka bald man dingus. I just made that one up, but I like bald man dingus. Has been banned on the platform of Twitch.tv. Okay, we won't play Euphoria, but we could play Euphoria. Them superpowers getting neutralized. I could only watch in silence. Anyone moving to kick as a predator at this point? I mean, that's where they flock. They name got to be registered, then placed on neighborhood watch. That's where they go. Of course. It all makes sense.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I
If
live
you
as a
kick
capitalist.
all the pedophiles
I
out
live
your
what I
neighborhood, they gotta go to the
Now is 5
pedophile
people just
neighborhood.
Subscribed. Ho TK.
Ho TK. True. Miles, my second thing for the 5-month resubscription. Noticing a pattern? As am I. Also, I also love that I have my hair out. Just to flex on bald tone a little bit. Oh. I dropped the clip. It's fine. One of my things don't have clips. Are you my friends? Are we locked in? Anyway, why did you get banned, chat? Remember, have a link to it? We'll take a look at what y'all say you got banned for, and then we'll take a look at what he said he got banned for.
Well, boys, look where we're at once again.
Bro pulled an Ethan Klein and put on a blazer. Anybody have a link, chat? Are you my friend? Are we locked in? Uh.
Yep, dude, let me tell you, man.
Let's see. Let's see.
Mental retardation and Jack Daniels, recipe for disaster. Minx also takes shots at every Alcoholics Anonymous meeting she goes to. Yeah, you want to know why she didn't respond to that? Because she know her ass got fucked. I'll be real, bro. Minx is such a nasty bitch. I wouldn't fuck that whore with Russell's dick. I'm good, bro. Absolutely.
Yeah, of course you got banned for this. Yeah. What are we talking about?
Not. Hell nah, bro. You can track like every single bro. Like you have sex with Minx, and then your STD list starts to look like one of these Pokédex bios in fucking Twitter. You know what I'm saying? Like chlamydia / and like some flag for representing crabs.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, of course you got banned for this. What are we talking about?
You know what I'm saying? And like 18 other descriptors. Yeah, she caught them all. Yeah, she caught them all, guys, but it's not Pokemon that she caught.
Did the Sippy collection get even bigger? You're right. It grew. Bro is literally trying to be like Asmongold 2.0. That's why they're directly in frame. Yes, Asmon trash by building, exactly. Shocking Twitch doesn't want this community. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, it was only 7 days. Gross. Wait, why did you send me this? I can just watch Dicktone speak on it himself. I don't have to see this AI channel. I guess I'll have it open just in case.
In recent news,
Again, yep, you read the title right. I have been banned for the 3rd time in about 60 days. This one,
I wonder why. You can't sexually harass other streamers on the platform and then be like, yep, I got banned. How many Hassan mentions? You know what? That's a good point. We're going to do a prediction. We're doing a prediction. How many times
Sean the Black says,
times
she's my African princess.
does
Kaz90 just subscribed.
Dicky
Woo.
mention Hassan? We're going to say 1 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, and then 20 to 25, and then 25 plus. All right, chat, you got 2 minutes. You won't use no channel points for anything else? I will say, how many times does he mention or reference Hassan? Cross the 15 minutes? Yeah, cross the 15 minutes. Mustard on the beat. Mustard on the beat. Oh. Mustard on a. 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 Mustard on a beat. Oh. Mustard on a beat. Oh. Manana, 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 beat. Deep throat, ready rap, yep, free, oh, man, down, Amberlands, on them breathe. Yeah, you did I got it on the run like this. All right, Jay, I got 10 seconds. We guys sent us pull up receipts and other clips. Yeah, but that's an AI bot channel. You know, if I can avoid it, I'll avoid watching it. He got banned again. He did. Kaz90, thank you for the 26 month resubscription. Wait, 30 months. Wait, which one is it? Is it 26 or 30? We'll just say 30. 30 month resubscription. Wait, can it even be 30 at this point? April 24 to April. Five. Oh, you might have subscribed for 3. I don't know. I don't freaking know. Your badge is 26 months. I don't know why I said 30. Why does it say 30? All right, the prediction has been closed. The prediction has been closed. Let's look and count the Hassan mentions. Chat, you got to help me keep up. You know I'm bad at counting. As of the day you got subs available. W.
Looks like it's going to be my longest ban yet. Yes, it looks like I will be banned for 7 long days on Twitch. Will they let me appeal it? I don't know, but I assure you when I tell you why I've gotten banned, man, I bet you're going to think, wow, that's completely justified. Wow, that really makes sense. Yeah, it definitely will be hypocritical and preferential treatment towards people on the far left once again.
ACBC, thank you for the 5-month resubscription. Much appreciated.
Yes, if you want to do me a favor,
I mean, I think that they're like, this is what I'll say before we even begin, which that's 1, by the way. That's 1 for sure. That doesn't count? Yes, it does. Nope, yes, it is. I said very specifically, before I even opened the poll, I said any mentions or references to Hassan. You can go back in the VOD and check. I was very clear about that. I said mentions or references to Hassan, which is why I looked at the number. I said 1 to 5. Y'all voting for 1 to 5. That's crazy. Y'all just don't listen to me when I speak, I guess. Don't listen to a black man when he speaks. I gave you the sauce. I told you any mentions or references to Hassan. Cheater, how am I cheating? I told you this. I told you this. Let's continue.
I will be streaming every single day at 9 a.m. CST on YouTube and Kick. Kick especially, I'm going to be linking in my description and the pinned comment. A follow on that stream would be genuinely incredibly helpful, as well as tune into the YouTube live.
Yep.
This has been the most successful past 75 days of my career ever. I have gained over 80,000 subscribers in a short 70 days. I am upcoming on 900,000, and you know what comes next? 1 million. It's been a dream of mine for over 7 million to eventually hit that number, and it's crazy because I think it actually might finally be attainable. For 7 years, I've been trying to get this, and it's thanks to a lot of people like Alison and allowing me to farm him for the past. Saying Hasanabi for being a...
Two, chat. This is a direct mention. Two. Y'all are losing.
1,000 follows in 5 minutes, which was insane. Hasanabi for being a perpetual dumbass and allowing me to farm him for the past 3 weeks and gaining over, I think I've gained about 25,000 subs off of just Hassan content alone, which really isn't that much, but it still is quite nice. And most importantly, just the overall perpetual cycle of retards on.
Wait, did I miss 3? Are y'all counting farm him? Right? The first one, and they said Hassan, and he said farm him. Is that 2? No? Okay, we're gonna go back.
That number, and it's crazy because I think it actually might finally be attainable. For 7 years, I've been trying to get this, and it's thanks to a lot of people like Asmongold who shouted out my Kick channel, and I gained 8,000 follows in 5 minutes, which was insane. Hasanabi for being a perpetual dumbass and
that was the 2 one. That was 2.
Me to farm him for the past 3 weeks and gaining over, I think I've gained about 25,000 subs off of just Hassan content alone, which really isn't that much, but it still is quite nice. And most importantly, just the overall perpetual cycle of retards on the internet that I get to make content of.
I'll keep that as 2.
Every single day, because here at twitch.tv/Dicktone, youtube.com/Dicktone, kick.com/Dicktone, we make a living off of making fun of dumb people. It's great.
It's on alone. That's the same mention though. Maybe, okay, well, I'll count Hassan content. Sure. He did say Hassan's name again. 3. Sure, 3. 3's fine. I'm down with 3.
Now, let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Please like the video, please leave a comment, and share this with your friends. And by the way, if you are a streamer reacting to this or a YouTuber reacting to this, I fully consent to this, and I greatly encourage it. And I really appreciate you sharing some light on the absolute hypocrisy of Twitch.
Hey, he's talking about me, chat. I'm a YouTuber and streamer reacting to this. 3.5, he's talking about me. No, I'm joking.
Now, with all that plugging out of the way, the sheer stupidity of this all is truly mind-boggling. So I want to walk you through the first time I ever got warned. So to remind you guys, the first time I ever got banned was me saying that Denim's only good content was on her OnlyFans and nobody should consider her.
So pretty much every time he's gotten banned is him being misogynistic and sexually harassing other female streamers on the platform? And he was warned about this consistently multiple times, and then he's surprised when the bans escalate? What are we talking about? Like, he got a warning, and then he got a day, and now he's getting a week. So how is it hypocrisy? If Twitch is giving you an opportunity to learn, right? You should have said now he understands consent. True. Man, maybe he should teach his father something. But like what is he talking about?
Her worth listening to, which, you know, to be honest, it was a little bit mean, but where's the lie? The second time I got banned was, and this one, I believe it was the second or the third. I'm trying to remember. The first time I ever got banned, I believe, was for telling a Twitch chatter to kill themselves. Which, to be completely honest, that was completely justified. I was reacting to anime. I told them to put a shotgun in their mouth and kill themselves. And to be fair, totally reasonable. I absolutely wear that ban as a badge of dishonor because I went over the deep end that day. I was very grumpy, to be fair. And I had a really big tummy ache too.
He hates women, so like he thinks other ones are fine.
But I have not ever told a chatter to kill themselves since then. I have learned from my mistake. Now, the next time I got banned was me calling everybody's favorite streamer, Frogan, fat. Now, I want to remind you that Frogan is roughly 5'2" and roughly 300 pounds. So I got banned.
Okay. Part of me wants to ask, like, how would he even know that? But the other part of me already knows the answer because it's something that, like, manosphere, misogynistic men do all the time, and that they look at a woman, and they try to guess their weight anyway. Right? Which is something that like misogynistic men do all the time. So I know like why it's like why he's saying it, but it's still just like a weird thing to say in the first place. Which is like, I'm not surprised you got banned. You feel me? Because all he does is sexually harass women. That's really it. And then he's like, well, I think it's fine. Which is not surprising because like look at who his father is and his own allegations. You know what I mean? It's not surprising to me that Dicktone is like, man, dog. Man, when I do sexual harassment, it's totally fine. And Twitch is hypocritical for banning me because of it. Right? Because he doesn't view it as sexual harassment. He views that as what his daddy taught him. He was like, what? Twitch, why are you banning me for this? Why are you banning me for this? My daddy taught me how to do this. My daddy said it was okay. And that's why it doesn't make sense to him. That's why it doesn't make sense to him.
And for a descriptor, I called Frogan fat. I get banned for 2 weeks. It gets appealed down to 2 days and 18 hours, roughly. And by the way, this is after her saying that all American soldiers deserve PTSD, and as well as America deserve 9/11. Yes.
Wait, that was okay. Wrong Muslim person. You're getting them confused. That was Hassan. Hassan said that second one. That was the whole thing. So that counts. That counts, chat. Come on. Hassan said that. That was a clear reference. That doesn't count. That counts. That counts. It's not my fault that he was wrong. Right? If I was like, as the late great Jesus Christ said, I had a dream, right? That would still be like a reference to Martin Luther King, even if I was wrong about who said the phrase. You know what I mean? It counts. It counts. It counts. It counts. Come on. Whatever. Whatever. No, whatever. It's fine. 3. We're still at 3. Okay, whatever. Whatever. No. It's fine. 3.
Oh, by the way.
Mentions, not references. You're objectively wrong. I very clearly said references. That is something that I specifically said. Specifically. I specifically said references. Nope, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Don't make me go to the VOD. I will do it. Don't make me go through the VOD. Because I'll do it. Gosh darn it, YouTube. Please. I dropped the clip.
Bitch, I would.
I don't see this AI channel. Prediction. We're doing a prediction. How many times
Sean the Black says
Times
she's my African princess.
does
Kaz90 just subscribed.
Dicky
Woo.
mention Hassan? We're gonna say 1 to 5. 10. Hold your horses, chat. You won't use no channel points for anything else. Hold your horses. How many times does he mention or reference Hassan? Or the poll doesn't say reference. Just because you don't listen to the words that I say doesn't mean that it's my fault. To be fair, both were right. No, you were incorrect. You were wrong. All right, because I knew this would be an issue. So I specifically, right, made a line between mentions and references. Like, mentions and references both are counted. But we'll stick it at 3.
Way, she didn't get banned for that. Now, let's talk about why I got banned this time. Well, it's actually due to 2 streamers, not 1 but 2. And this is great. So, here it is, 7-day suspension for sexual requests, graphic or derogatory sexual statements, or unwanted sexual content. And you might be wondering, oh, techie, what did you do this time? Well, there are 2 streamers who have been really talking about me for months. Actually, what's crazy is talking about me for years.
Like, these creeps just be perma'd? Twitch has a long leash.
And their names are Denims and Minks. Yep. Oh, man. You know where this is going, guys. So this is a whole clip of Denims mocking my trauma about worrying about my father when I told a story.
Dicktone, come here. I would leave your father out of this discussion, all right? You don't want your father in this discussion about unwanted sexual advances. I'm trying to help you out, okay? Man to man, twin. We've DM'd back and forth. We've had a conversation before. I'm trying to help you out. You don't want your father within this conversation. You don't want your father anywhere around this conversation. Do you know what happened last time you brought him up? Do you know what happened last time you brought him up? Do you really want more people talking about your father's conviction relating to sexual assault and unwanted sexual advances? Do we have to bring out the video? of him being the poster boy used in Congress, literally the poster boy. They point to a poster of him on the wall and say, this guy did sexual assault. I am not joking. That is something that they did. He is quite literally the poster boy for sexual assault in the military. He has legislation crafted after him directly. He is named in congressional hearings. I would not be bringing your father up at this point. I wouldn't. I'm trying to help. I am genuinely trying to help. Why does he keep doing this to himself? Why does he keep doing this to himself? Bro sees women and all rationality goes out of his mind. Just like his father. Let's continue.
Story about how when he was deployed, he got his legs, the skin of his legs completely blown off, as well as his ear cut off in the war, and her laughing in my fucking face and saying that he fucking deserved it and that I probably made up the entire.
I mean, he's a rapist. So, I mean, like, I have my thoughts about people who rape people and what they deserve, and people who commit sexual violence and sexual assault and what they deserve. I won't say it. Apparently, Dicktone gets mad at you when you say it. Wait, are you supposed to forget about his convictions? Because he was in the military? What if he did those things while he was in the military, Dicktone?
Our story. That's the first clip. Here's the second one. This is Denims calling me a sexual predator on Kick.
No, she called you a sex pest. I don't know if you can read that. It says sex pest. It says sex pest. But even if she called you a sexual predator, I mean, like father, like son, apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. I'm just saying. Like, well, if Dicktone didn't have allegations, maybe it would be a different conversation. Maybe it will be a different conversation.
Very fun. To a total of time of recording, 47,000 people. But if we go further, it actually reached 1 million people.
Why is he posting Denims' W's?
And trust me, Denims and I have a very shady history because I don't know why. This woman is absolutely obsessed with me. Now, here is Denims once again calling me a rapist and saying I can't sue her because it's not defamation, because in her words, I did that shit.
The reason Dicktone can't sue me is because he did that shit.
And there's a whole bunch of other goodies in that.
I mean, bro, you got allegations, dog. Do you think he knows that he has allegations? Like, what are we talking about here? That's the whole clip. I mean, yeah, because he has to editorialize a little bit. Why not?
Clip. Yes, I want to let you know that this woman is so obsessed with harassing me that she is now at the point where she knows that she might need lawyers in the very near future for slandering my name and defaming me on a daily basis. Yes, a woman who has gone live and attempted to call me a criminal, call me a rapist, tell me my father deserved to have his legs blown off and his ears cut off, which, by the way...
Wait, his father didn't have his legs blown off, though. So what are we talking about here? What does Dicktone think should happen to rapists? Yeah, they regrew.
She also calls my father a rapist as well, which is crazy because if you look into the court documents, the only thing that happened, there was no rape whatsoever. So once again, all
Tectone. Buddy. You don't want people looking into the court documents. This is kind of antithetical to what you actually want to happen. Do you want us to look into the court documents? We can. We can. I mean, if you want to. He's doing the actually it was sexual assault, not rape. Yeah.
Also lying on the truth. I've also shown documents of that on my Twitter. And the other woman.
Yeah, he should explain everything that his dad did do. So clear the air. Right? He should say everything that his dad did do. Clear the air. Just go give us a list. Go ahead and show us the video, Tectone. Why don't you just put that video in here?
There's another woman. Minx. Known alcoholic. Known drug abuser. Known schizo. Goes live on Twitter and says, reminder, Tectone's dad is a rapist and that I also have sexually assaulted 2 women, according to her. Another woman who is accusing me of crimes. Oh, and trust me.
I'm Tectone, these are not the only women accusing you of crimes. I hate to be the person to break the news to you. These are not the only women that are accusing you of crimes. They're not.
This woman is so deranged, she believes that she's lived with me. I want to remind you, I've met Minx one time at the OTK Thanksgiving, Friendsgiving, where I joined OTK. I have met her one time. Since then, I have lived with minimum a partner, a wife, or a roommate, or a girlfriend throughout my entirety of living here. Never once have I lived by myself. I have always had someone living with me the entire time I've been down in Austin. And this woman is so deranged that she thinks that I lived with her. Now, I don't know what gorgeous bald man
out. I think they're divorced.
With a beautiful beard she must be having sex with on a daily basis in her STD-ridden pussy to think that it's me. But I assure you, I have never.
I wonder why he got banned, by the way. What could have possibly done it? What could have possibly done it? No, I had no idea. No idea.
This woman, I don't even know this woman outside of a one-time interaction where there was 50 other streamers there. Now, you might be wondering, why did I get banned for 7 days on Twitch.tv?
Wait, is Tectone not going to address his former partners who've also accused him of crimes directly?
/Tectone. Why did Twitch deem me worthy of a 7-day ban?
Well, not to defend Twitch here, but maybe it's because they warned you about, violent sexual language that you were spewing towards female streamers on the platform, sexually harassing them, and you continue to do it consistently multiple times, including in this video.
Because I called them whores. Yep, I called 2 women with OnlyFans whores. Which is
one, that's not what he said, and 2, you were warned against it. Like, I don't know what you want. What do you want? They gave you a warning, and you continue to sexually harass the women on the platform. You're not really beating the whole allegations thing, Tectone. Wait, he just takes one word for every ban is crazy? Because he's trying to recontextualize. Because he's the big victim here and not his actual victims of his actual crimes that he actually committed, allegedly. Or the crime that his father committed, not allegedly, convicted.
By the way, by definition, a factual statement. OnlyFans girls who are sex workers are prostitutes. Prostitutes are whores. Whores are prostitutes. Prostitutes are sex workers.
That's not what objective means, by the way. I just want to point that out there. That's not like, yeah, that's not factually. That's still an opinion. That reasoning lets you use any slur anytime, which is why he does.
I got banned for 2 weeks for calling a fat person fat. I got banned for 7 days for calling a whore a whore. And now I'm sorry if
Twitch sees this. Like, genuinely, why do they not just make it a perma? That's what I don't understand. Right? He's obviously not apologetic. Right? He's obviously not learning from his mistakes. Right? He's doubling down. He's actually begging for it. He is begging for it, so we can further promote his kick channel, to maybe scrounge up the little fragments of an audience that he has and funnel them to the kick platform. You know what I mean?
Terminology upsets you, but the problem is that doesn't make it any less true. And the reality is, when I go live and I tell the truth and I get banned for 7 days, and then
could this not apply to Denim's calling Dicktone a rapist though? How come this applies to him and what he says and not what other people say?
At these same women where I am only calling that out of defense. I'm only calling them that out of defense because they have provoked me by accusing me of crimes that I have not committed whatsoever.
I mean, that remains to be seen. That remains to be seen. You got allegations, Sonny. You got allegations. Bro has sexual assault allegations from his former partners, and he's like, I'm going to defend myself to other women calling me out for it by sexually harassing them. What a great defense.
Going in on allegations that went fucking nowhere almost a year ago now. I think it's pretty reasonable if I call them a name or two. So I want to let you guys all know this. This is the same website where Hassan calls me a rapist.
Hey, again. Shoe. Fits. So don't tell you. If that's the case, you must have quit. Wait, that's the glove.
Where Hassan calls Nuxtaku
5.
a pedophile.
Well, okay, that one's actually true, though.
Who calls Mudahar a pedophile. Who calls...
I don't think Hassan has called Mudahar a pedophile. I mean, Mudahar, the same as Dicktone, hangs around lolly VTubers. So, shoe fits, you know what I mean? There's only so much you can do. Same with Dicktone. You kind of implied it though. Yeah, but he didn't say it. You know what I mean? Again, I think if you hang around lolly VTuber people, what are you supposed to call those people? You know what I mean?
I live like a capitalist every single day.
What do you want me to tell you?
I live when I believe.
The King Rexatron just subscribed.
Muda was watching Lolly sounds like a pedophile to me. I will say for Mudahar, if he was with an actual pedophile like Nux, and Nux was like, boom, Lolly, you feel me? There's an argument that he could make to be like, oh, I didn't know, it was sprung on me or whatever. But I don't think it's unfair to be like, you still associated with this person after you knew that they were watching anime CSAM essentially. Right? I think it's not unfair to classify that person in that way. That's all I'm saying. The king, Rexatron, thank you for the 2-month resubscription with Prime. Chat, you know your Primes are free, by the way. Your Primes are free. If you have an Amazon Prime account, just connect it with your Twitch account and you get a free Prime subscription, one every month. You can only use it on me. Can't use it on anyone else. You can only use it on me. Don't try it on anybody else. You can only use it on me. Thank you very much. If I knew someone I was hanging out with was at least a loyal lover, I would probably reevaluate that friendship and judge those who stayed friends. Yeah. We're at 5, by the way, chatter, who asked.
Asmongold, a pedophile and a mother killer.
I don't think he called Asmongold a pedophile.
Bringing up Asmongold's dead mother. No ban.
Also, Hassan didn't do that either. From what I understand, Hassan retweeted a tweet from somebody who then in another tweet called Asmongold a mother killer.
You
know what I mean?
Capitalist every single day, Shank.
That's what happened.
I live when I
Nukima just subscribed.
Nukima, thank you for the Prime. 2-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Chat, you know your Primes, you can only use them here. You might as well just drop them here because you can only use them here, chat. Just go ahead and just check and see if you have a Prime for me. You know what I mean? And then give it to me because I deserve it more than Tectone does. Thank you.
No punishment. Mike from PA calls me a pedophile, calls Nuxtaku a pedophile, calls Asmongold a pedophile, calls him a murderer. No ban. Calls for the death of Asmongold. No ban. Denims, who was also called.
Are you hitting all the high notes? Wait, okay. Chad, do you think I get a mention here? Probably not, right? Tectone, we're cool like that. You know what I mean? That's twin. He knows not, like, you know, we have an agreement. Like he leaves me out of it. Aria Nero, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. Seems like amazing. Thank you. How many mentions are we at now? Still 5.
For the death of Asmongold. No ban. Hassan, who is radicalized.
Wait, he just circled back around to Hassan again? He was like, and another thing. Red 6, chat. That's 6. That's crazy. He did y'all dirty. Sorry, all my one chatters. He did y'all dirty. He circled back around to Hassan. That's wild.
This audience to supporting terrorism. No ban. Frogan, who supported 9/11. No ban.
Wasn't Frogan like 4 years old? Yeah, Frogan was in the crib, right? Frogan was learning to crawl, and then like Frogan saw the TV, and she was like, "Yeah." What are we talking about here? What are we talking about here?
I called OnlyFans girl a whore after she called me a rapist. A career-ending, life-ending accusation.
Hey, maybe
they get no punishment. I get 7 days. Do we get why this is a problem now?
No.
Do we understand why this is bad?
No.
And sure. Could you make the argument, well, he deserved it? Sure.
Yeah.
But Twitch, I wouldn't have to make these comments if you guys would do your fucking job.
Bro, he's saying, Twitch, you made me sexually harass other streamers on the platform. You made me do it. I didn't want to do sexual harassment, but you forced my hand. You forced my hand. Right? If you don't ban the streamer I don't like, I'm going to sexually harass them. You might as well take them off the platform before I do it. Okay. Sure.
If you guys were to ban people equally and fairly when they cross the line, then I wouldn't think that I can do the same thing as the rest of these fucking people.
Wait, but the reason why he's talking about his current ban, even like despite the other bans, right? Wait, okay. A few things. One, he talked about his ban against Frogan. Well, Frogan didn't talk about him. He just didn't like the things that Frogan said, right? And he harassed her and then got banned for it. And this time, he called out like tweets that Minx and Denim's made to justify his sexual harassment against them. So like in either of those cases, what was Twitch supposed to do? Was Twitch supposed to ban Minx and Denim for what they said on Twitter about Tectone being a sex pest? And because Denim said it on Twitch, that's not, he didn't show it. Right? He showed Denim saying, and he did that shit, and that's it. So I don't know what she's saying that he did, because he didn't show it in his video. Right? So that's the question. That's the problem. Dennis called him a sex pest after Tectone said, watches Dennis stream off cam with my pants off. He did say that. That's true. That's why he got banned the first time, I think. I don't even know if he got banned for that. But he did say that. So him just sitting here like, I was just minding my own business and all these women started streaming and attacking me and Twitch isn't banning them. It's just not true.
I suppose I'm a martyr. I suppose I can once again get punished for the wrongdoings of everybody else, and maybe that will put the fear in them.
Bro, you said the words. You said, I'm being punished for everybody else's wrongdoings. Nobody told you to sexually harass other streamers.
To get their act together. But it won't. Because these people know they can get away with these misdeeds, with these malpractices, because you don't enforce your TOS fairly. You do not enforce your TOS equally. And this is why I will be streaming on Kick and YouTube every single fucking day during this ban.
Woo! Yeah! That's what I've been waiting for. Yeah. And honestly, Tectone, you should stick it to him by streaming there permanently. You should stick it to him by streaming them permanently. You should stream on YouTube and Kick permanently. You should boycott. You know what? That's right. Boycott Twitch. If you agree with Tectone, you should boycott Twitch. Hashtag boycott Twitch. Twitch will feel the hurt. We will make Twitch bleed. Tell your favorite pedophile lolly streamers. Tell your Tectones. Tell your Nux Takus. Tell your Nicholas Light TVs. Hashtag boycott Twitch.
Again, this is pathetic rat fuck behavior. And Twitch, I would like to let you know now, 24 hours ago, I have already recruited over 55 streamers to stream on YouTube and Kick.
Woo! 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 Let's make it 56. Go ahead and get another one, Tectone. Go ahead and get another one, Tectone. Make it 57. Why not? Why not? 55 streamers, total 102 views.
It has now been 72 hours, and I have now recruited over 110 creators to stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. This is not a good look for you guys. This is a horrible.
Man. Oh, this is gonna hurt Twitch. You're really gonna stick it to Twitch. You're really gonna stick it to Twitch.
Look, you should be ashamed because you know this shit is unfair. You know this shit is bullshit.
Like, they know that, like, did they not see Aiden Ross like 2 months ago begging on his hands and knees to get back on the platform? Like, did they not see that? Like, they're going to be back. They are going to be back. And the problem is that Twitch is going to let them back. That's the biggest problem here. Right? That's the biggest problem is that when they inevitably come back in 6 months, right? Because they realize they have no audience capture on Kick. There's no discoverability on Kick. There's no growth on Kick. Right? Kick is going to welcome them back with open arms. Twitch can shut off Kick with the press of a button. It's not a threat. Yeah. Well, technically, Amazon can. 55 burger, 55 fry, 55 ketchup, 55 sides.
And you can't have a TOS where you do not enforce it equally amongst all creators. And this is the reason why you guys are getting fucking sued. And now you guys know that these people in a court of law can use me as an example of you guys unfairly, once again, misusing your TOS.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding him. Maybe I'm misunderstanding him.
Creators to stream on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. This is not a good look for you guys. This is a horrible look. You should be ashamed because you know this shit is unfair. You know this shit is bullshit, and you can't have a TOS where you do not enforce it equally amongst all creators.
Why can they not? Like, genuine question. I'm not saying that they shouldn't or they should, but why can't they? Like, is Twitch not a private company that can do whatever it so pleases? Which is why I was confused when he says, like, in the court of law, where you're gonna take Kick, or you're gonna take Twitch to court for like unequal application of their TOS.
And this is the reason why you guys are getting fucking sued. And now
by who? Who is suing Twitch for unequal application of TOS?
You guys know that these people in a court of law can use me as an example of you guys unfairly, once again, misusing your TOS.
What does misusing your TOS mean? It's their TOS, which means it applies to you. It doesn't apply to them. The point of a terms of service is that they can use that as justification to ban you for whatever reason, if they so choose. I'm so confused. You voluntarily agreed to the TOS to use their platform. I hate it, but that's how it works. Yeah, that's how it all works. So yeah, we love private business until private business is against them.
I call these women a name as an insult when they are giving me life-ending, career-threatening allegations and accusations.
Like, why should Twitch care about that? If Twitch wants to ban Denims and not you, or just wants to ban you and not Denim, or Twitch wants to ban both of you or neither of you, that's Twitch's prerogative. Like, even despite of all the contents, which, like, in my opinion, demonstrate that Dicktone is wrong and it does have sexual assault allegations, like, it doesn't matter because Twitch can do whatever it wants. That's the free market, baby. You hate politics, You hate politics, but you know what I mean? You're like, socialism bad, but like, that's the free market. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. Stop crying about it. On details, I'm pretty sure a couple of streamers in Germany who were banned on Twitch got unbanned after taking it to court. I think it was probably because Twitch didn't provide proper reasons for the bans. Germany is very different than the US, chatter. I don't know what to tell you. Extraordinarily different. Private companies are people here, essentially. Private companies have like the rights of people in America. You're not bullying and pushing around. Especially a company the size of Amazon. I mean, good luck.
This is the reason why so many male creators have disappeared over false allegations. You guys need to take this shit seriously.
Name them.
It's pathetic, and you guys should be ashamed. Now, I'm going to be over here on YouTube and Kick making way more fucking money than I ever made on your platform, regardless. And
so don't come back. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this when he comes back. Not if, when he comes back. I want you to remember this. Because he will be back. Unless Twitch permits him. Which would be funny.
And Twitch, I want to let you know, in 3 days, I have now made more money on Kick than I made in a month on streaming on Twitch. I do not give a fuck about the money that I'm losing off of Twitch at all. I don't need it. I'm a multimillionaire. However, just understand.
I want you to remember that too when he comes back. Because he will be back, chat. If that was genuinely the case, why don't everybody stream on Twitch? Why doesn't everybody stream on Twitch? There's no longevity there. Even separate from Dicktone, there is no longevity there. There's not. There's no upward career growth. There's no growth in general on Kick. Which is why it's not going to grow. Even if Dicktone and these 100 streamers goes to Kick, cool. You're not going to get little Timmy who just turned 13 and whose parents bought them a little webcam camera and a microphone who wants to play Fortnite. Little Timmy's not going to go stream on Kick. You want to know why? Because there's no discoverability on Kick. There's no growth on Kick. There's not. Including for large streamers. And so if you have an audience, an established audience, then sure, you can have an easier time monetizing your audience on Kick because there's like a 90-10 sub split or whatever. But like, you're not growing. There's a reason why XQC also streams on freaking Twitch.
I'm not going away. And in 7 days, I will come back and I will continue.
Then what are we talking about here? Then what are we talking about here? What is this whole grandstanding then? He's literally like the whole, you can't kick me out. I'm leaving myself. But I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, I don't care about the money I'm losing. I'm making more money on Kick, but I will be back. I'll be back. I'm gonna be streaming on Twitch again. I'm not leaving permanently. Like, come on, dog. Come on, dog.
Continue to showcase the hypocrisy and the blatant abuse of power being used by your moderation team that is treating your streamers like shit unfairly, besides the one you like. You should be ashamed.
That was that 7, chat? That was a Hassan mention, I'd say.
Best way to get revenge if you are upset on Twitch right now is to share this video, like this video, subscribe to my channel, and be there every single time I go live.
Bro said, if you're upset at Twitch, give me money. If you're mad at Twitch, give me money. Grow my following. That'll own Twitch. Bro, it's such an easy grift. It's such an easy grift. He's saying it so clearly. He's saying it so clearly. He's like, if you're mad at Twitch, just give me a bunch of money and give me a bunch of follows and whatever and make me super famous and rich and stuff, and you'll feel better about yourself. Ugh.
So I can be a constant reminder of how this platform keeps on getting fucking worse. What a
But I will keep streaming on it though, because that's where my audience growth is.
Joke. May God have mercy on your soul. Have a wonderful day.
This guy is so stupid. What is this clip?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
20 years ago, the trolls were fucking goblins, bro. They were like, they knew that they were doing bad things and irritating people. And then when people got irritated, they typed "you mad" and they won. They got perma. They understood that they were the villains. Now the trolls are like, does anybody else think that this person should be locked in a mental hospital? And then when someone's like, you have been permanently banned from the chat, they're like, I was just talking. You are my friend. Like, what? Bro, go back to being a gremlin. 20 years ago, the troll.
Yeah. Yeah, it's literally soy right. It's soy right behavior. Wait, what's the +2? What does +2 mean? I don't get what does that mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Just like approval? Oh. Why is it +2 instead of +1? Agree or good take in Netherlands chat or German? Oh. When he makes a good joke? Doesn't know? I don't know. I don't watch Northern Line that often. I see his clips though. He's funny. I get my bald man streamer energy from Ludwig. There was another line VOD one time he rated him. I probably did. Yeah, yeah, it was Blueprints. Yeah, he was playing Blueprints. Because then I had to leave immediately because I didn't want any spoilers. I remember, it was a few weeks ago. Because the best example of the benefits of having an authoritative baritone. That's just Dicktone. I don't know if there's anything or much else to say. There is also the Duke Dennis situation thing, which is a whole nother can of worms. Also, now I'm getting like West Side Tyler things. This account is cooked. Gamma payoff? Okay, yeah. Number 2-1. It was 5 to 10 for Hassan mentions and references. See, Hassan's options got exponentially stronger. Hassan said, these are bigger than Israel. I did see this. It's not even loading. It's fine. Yeah, Chatter also wanted me to look at this. Kick teams up with OTK subsidiary to launch fast track partnership program for streamers. Completely coincidentally, apparently, at this point. Streaming platform Kick is set to partner up with OTK One True King subsidiary Crossrealms Inc. In collaboration with the Kick partner Fast Track. As the name suggests, the program aims to help smaller streamers bypass standard requirements to speed up their Kick partner application. For those unaware, Crossrealms Inc. is a marketing branch created by Texas-based content and streaming group OTK. This subsidiary main objective is to promote and foster growth of creators, brands, game developers, and publishers in one collaborative ecosystem. Speaking of the program with Kick, William Lucas, advisor at Crossroads Inc., said, Our goal with Kick is to, and our partners as a whole is to be a transparent approach. It's not gatekeep opportunities between brands and creators. This is only the beginning. I can't wait to see where this partnership goes and how we expand. So that is quite interesting that this is happening around the time where Dicktone and Asmongold are floating, moving to Kick.
Cross Realm have launched this new fast track partnership program with Kick. And it takes you to this website that you can apply. It looks relatively okay as a website that basically says you can skip these general steps to get partners as long as you have over 100 CCV. Now, this is, again, a weird press release, but I did take a look.
Like, this isn't for small streamers, by the way. That article is incorrect. This is the AI Sports Kitty article. This article is wrong. This is for large streamers, right? It just means you can skip having 300 hours streamed. Right, 300 hours streamed. And you can just you just go straight to being partnered. It's to pull large streamers from other platforms onto, you know what I mean, onto Kick. That was the case. Social media manager left, citing direction of the company. Yeah, I saw. This also happened in March, though. It was a few months ago. I wonder why this didn't get any attention.
Now, this is, again, a weird press release, but I did take a look at their Twitter account here for Cross Realm. They have tweeted this out as well, and the people that follow this account are all the heavy hitters at Mythic Talent. Operations, Azarian, Talent Manager, Biz Dev Manager at Mythic, Associate Director of Sales at Mythic, the CTO of Mythic, the Associate Director of Talent at Mythic, and the CEO co-founder of Mythic, who is in fact referenced in this press release as saying they're excited to help bring Kick's new partner fast track program to creators across the industry, says William Lucas. So, yeah, kind of an interesting thing. I'm surprised there's not a lot more people talking about this right now, but it does seem that Kick and OTK, through a subsidiary, have partnered up to.
So it kind of makes sense why OTK affiliated people. You may be like, oh, well, Asmongold and Dicktone are no longer in OTK. They're still covered by Mythic Talent. Right? They're not separate. It's not like Asmongold is not covered by Mythic Talent. They're still covered under Mythic Talent. They're still covered under this agency. So it's not surprising that they're doing this. You're really downplaying the dangers of the story, right? It's ugly pathetic that they keep on winning. Y'all cried Ethan had no emotion. He's putting out horrific slop and getting huge numbers in subs now. And there's a good chance all the boosts are kicking this all boost, kick, and kill his Twitch. You're stupid, chatter. I'm gonna be real. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but you're dumb. All these people are growing huge because of Hassan Deranged syndrome and defaming him. While y'all have no motion have at all. He and Twitch really didn't take legal action at this point, or it's over. You're stupid. You're dumb. I'm sorry. Kick will be gone in a year. No, Kick will be there, right? But it will be the same thing. Like people said the same thing about freaking Aiden Ross and Train. You just have no object permanence, right? Who's growing right now, though? You're stupid. You have no object permanence. People said the same thing about Aiden Ross and Train and XQC. And guess what? They're crawling themselves back to Twitch as well. Right? You're the problem. You're giving them more credibility than they deserve. They're going to see a boost right now because of the attention around them, and then they're going to fall off. And then they're going to crawl their way back to Twitch again. They're all multi-streaming because it's more profitable. Everybody's multi-streaming because it's more profitable, not just Kick people. This does not account. They are 50. Twitch's business model is to sell gambling to existing, Kicks. They've not fallen off, though. They're growing and nobody else is. You're wrong. You're incorrect. Right? They are at the peak of their hump. Right? They are the newest of a long line of people. They're like the freaking avatars. Right? You're looking at freaking Korra and you're like, oh, this one is different. You're looking at like Avatar Roku, you're like, oh, this one is different. Not looking at the fact that there were 100 avatars before that all died the same. No Avatar and Avatar stayed Avatar forever. And it'll be the same with Asmongold and Dicktone. Remember when people were saying the same thing about Daily Wire? Yes. People were saying the same thing about Brett Cooper. Yes. You're giving them more power than they deserve. Making an assumption on that past trends don't dictate the future? Yes, they do. That's like the entire thing about past trends. They very clearly do dictate the future. Yes, that's why they are trends. That's the entire point. It wouldn't be a trend if it did not dictate the future to some extent. There is nothing to demonstrate that what is happening now is substantially different than what happened 2, 3, 4 years ago. It's not. And honestly, what's happening now just has less motion. Less motion than, whatever. They're not left Twitch. He's simulcasting on both Twitch and Kick. And yeah, he'll stop Kick in like 3 years. He won't be streaming on Kick forever. And there's a reason for that. Right? There's a reason for that. Like, XQC just pulls in less numbers than he did at Speak. Red Kick is growing if you look at the raw numbers. What raw numbers? The raw number of bots? Kick was growing, again, 2 years ago. Y'all are dumb. Kick was growing 2 years ago. It's the same thing happened 2 years ago. This is literally the exact same thing that happened, in 2022. You have zero object permanence. The exact same thing. People were crying about how, oh, Kick is the Twitch killer. Oh, all the big personalities are moving to Kick. Oh, it's over for Twitch. Literally the exact same thing. The exact same thing. And guess what? Everybody crawled themselves back to Twitch. And now it is different because now there's no deals. Now there's no incentive outside of like the soy right to go to Kick in the first place. Before, at least they had a slush fund that they were throwing around to streamers. At least they were trying to buy streamers to go to their platform. But now they have an ideological stance. Right now they're trying to pull people based upon the culture war. And none of it matters because they are still beholden to Amazon. It's not like they have their own servers. They're still on AWS. And culture war shit is unsustainable. Yes, as I said, as history dictates. Because when the culture war, not the right. Have you seen the numbers that Ben Shapiro's getting? People thought that Ben Shapiro was completely untouchable. 8 years ago, 7 years ago, people thought that Ben Shapiro was completely untouchable. Do you see the numbers that he's pulling in now? This is why I'm saying you're stupid, chatter.
Well, folks, a big question.
He's pulling in 30,000 views. 30,000, 100,000, 150,000. He's to pull in millions. Because Ben's audience is going to like the Asmongold, how it's transcribed in the US and the UK, how's environmental science. You're literally describing what I am describing, chatter. You're fucking dumb. That's what I am describing. They will go somewhere else. There is no longevity in culture war fights because the audience will move and shift and go somewhere else. You were literally just describing what I'm describing. Exactly, like I said, the new avatar. There are rises and falls here. To say something the culture war they're winning? No, you're wrong. You are incorrect. You are incorrect. There is always consistently push and pull when it comes to the ebbs and flows, the way things are changing, especially when it comes to media, right? There's always reaction. There's always action and reaction. You always have a rise of left-wing populism and socialism, Bernie Sanders coinciding with the rise of Trump. It's a chase. So of course it's going to look like it's growing because the left is also growing. Right? With Asmongold growing as a voice for the right, right, you also see a rise in pro-Palestinian sentiment, more than you've ever seen historically. It's a chase, it's an ebb and flow. Like, what are we talking about here? And even then, none of that matters because we're talking about this specific phase. None of that matters because we're talking about this specific phase of the culture war. And you're telling me, no, this has staying power. No. Trust me, this time it's different. This time is different than Steven Crowder. This time is different than Andrew Tate. This time is different than Ben Shapiro. This time is different than freaking Aiden Ross. No. This one is different. Do you see how that's stupid? I'm trying to describe to you how that is stupid. How that is dumb. This time is not different. It's going to be the same thing as it always is. There's going to be a rise and there's going to be a fall. This is unsustainable. The culture war, specifically for culture war personalities, are unsustainable. As new personalities crop up, as the audience just moves and shifts and goes here and there and here and there, right? Like, Asmongold wasn't at this size a year and a half ago. He wasn't. A year and a half ago, it was, and they were still doing Hassan Bad content, right? And this perfectly demonstrates what I'm saying. Hassan has been the constant for the last 5 years as the rotating villain for the right, but the villains for the villains on the right shifted. They've changed. It was Train and Aiden Ross and XQC, and now it's Tectone and Asmon and pedophile Nuxtaku and Mudahar and Ethan Klein, right? And Hassan is still the constant. And that is all I am describing, is that the soy right can only soy right for so long. The soy right can only grow their audience for so long before people get tired and they move on, or they get banned, or they lose relevance, or they do a radical shift, right? They do a radical shift in their content, and then people will leave. And in my opinion, this is that radical shift. It is. There's a reason why when Aiden Ross moved to Kick, nobody talked about him. And the constant of Hassan being the only big name while this soy right action could deplatform him is what worries me. And you're dumb. Hassan is pulling in 20,000 to 30,000 viewers. That is insane in comparison to where we are before, or where we were before, talking about pro-Palestinian liberation. You were looking at such a snippet of history. You're looking at like literally the past 6 months, and you're letting that decide the rest of the world for you. You feel me? You're like, oh, this past 6 months, people were mean to Hassan a bunch, therefore the left is cooked. And no, if you compare freaking 10 years ago, what Hassan is doing was untenable. It was completely like unrealistic to imagine a voice on the left talking about pro-Palestinian liberation to so many people, and for people to actually care. You're giving too much power to freaking Asmongold, right? You just are. Asmongold is very large. He's very large, and he's doing, horrifically bad content as it is now. Right? That's true. But there's no staying power in that. And especially if he goes to like freaking X. Right? Because all it takes is one ban on Twitch for him to lose his relevance. Right? Right? If he goes to freaking Twitter and he goes to Kick, he'll still get a lot of viewership. He'll still get a lot of money. But Dexerto's not writing articles about him. You know, Dexerto doesn't write articles about like Aiden Ross. Dexerto doesn't write articles about train wrecks. Dexerto doesn't write articles about XQC. They write articles about Asmongold. They write articles about Tectone. That's 100% fair. I misread that, but I feel like you're downselling the likelihood of him being deplatformed. Also, to be fair, Asmon's been huge and Dawson costed if he's banned on Twitch. He still has a gigantic YouTube. But again, he's not going to be taken seriously to that extent. They just won't. They sort of does paid press releases, but that's what guys streaming culture. Yeah, look at Dr. Disrespect. They just won't have any emotion because people aren't, the audience won't be there, right? They would need to have the LSF clippers posting them on LSF, and then they sort of picked up on it, they started writing articles about it, and then the streaming ecosystem and landscape talks about them, right? And then there's commentary videos written about it, and then there's this and that and this and that and this and that, this and that. That won't happen on Kick. It just won't happen. It won't. Asmongold is seeing a lot of relevance now, right? And I understand that it's scary, right? I understand that it is a scary thing to see Asmongold gain the level of relevance that he has, right? Doing the type of content that he's doing, right? I get that. But to act like that is indicative of like wider politics, I think is incorrect. I think it's wrong, right? Because as politics happens and as progressivism happens, as progress happens, excuse me, right? The right will also increase as the left gains prominence and as left gains power in working class sentiment, right? The right will also gain power in authoritarian, you know, like political framework. Right, as there are more pro-Palestinian encampments happening on colleges, you're going to see more police dispatched to shut them down. Right, as more valedictorians at these schools speak out against Israel's genocide, you're going to see more, you know, more of those students be reprimanded for it. It's a push and pull. Right? The more the left grows, the more the right tries to squash it. You feel me? And so I think it's a fool's errand to just start like crying about how scary it is that Asmongold is getting prominence, because I've seen it before. If you've been on the internet, you have seen it before. You've seen these personalities rise and fall. You just have. It happens all the time. That's why I love Sean getting into an argument with a chatter instead of insta banning a different voice. Sometimes I will insta ban a different voice if they're annoying. I'll only ban annoying people. A lot of people are acting like we haven't been here before, because it's scary. I understand it. I get it. And I don't want to keep yelling at that chatter. But I get it. I understand. It is scary. It is scary to see the right gain the prominence that they have, or that they gain. Right? It is a scary thing to see. And I understand the frustration that comes with that. Especially as it seems like the entire ecosystem is against the left. I get it. Trust me, I know. Right? You think I don't have hate clippers clipping everything that I say and putting it in freaking Reddit spaces to scream about? You feel me? I just feel like Bread 2 was a stronger collective against the right. Not everybody who has a big platform is ignoring what Asmon and Ethan are doing. And that's fair. That's true. Right? But what Asmon and Ethan are doing don't necessarily, or honestly don't have staying power, but it's not necessarily indicative of the power that they have. right? And I think we're over the crest on Ethan specifically, in that people are just paying less attention to it. He's freaking bringing on iDubbbz's boxer to talk about how iDubbbz cried in a training session. Like, he has no emotion, right? Definitely the scarier thing is like the ADL being involved. And anything anybody happens, they cry about Hassan, because we know that Twitch at least takes what the ADL is saying to a certain level of with a certain level of seriousness, right? So that's a bigger problem than like freaking like Asmongold or Ethan Klein, right? But even then, there's an underestimation of how much online clout they each have. H3 has been around forever. Yeah, but the H3 of like yesteryear is not the same thing as H3 now. You feel me? Like, people just don't take him seriously. They don't. Not to the same extent. Most people just don't want to get involved with it, right? But, you know, people just don't take Ethan Klein seriously. Do you think the New York election will hurt the ADL? Probably not. I'm gonna be real. Like, hurt as in like hurt their feelings, maybe, but like hurt them as in like their legitimacy as an institution, probably not. Excuse me, is even with Ethan thing does have motion. He's getting 45,000 people watching to harass Ian and Anissa with the dumbest points to be 80s parents and millions through SopTube. I think Hassan is doing great in the mainstead with reputable voices, but it doesn't matter in this space. But that's your problem, is that you're looking at this space like this space matters. That's where your conclusion is incorrect, right? This space doesn't matter. It doesn't. 45,000 slop viewer watchers or whatever, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. Right? The only thing that matters is the mainstream, especially when it comes to like the way Twitch operates at the behest of politics. That's really all that matters. Twitch is not gonna listen to like the drama slop space for who to ban, including people like Asmon or Tectone. Right? They're not banning people because of what drama slop is saying. They're banning people based upon what the outside their investors are hearing, right? And what the news media and the media landscape is reporting on. That's why they get involved. That's why they're banning people. You know what I mean? That's I think is a fair point to be like apprehensive about. But Ethan just does not have motion. Not like he used to. Right? Because I think he overplayed his hand. I think Ethan overplayed his hand. The same with Destiny. Right? They've transitioned from like calling out Hassan to it being psychotic. I think Tectone is getting there as well. Asmon plays it more intelligently. Right? Asmon plays it more intelligently in that he avoids being seen as obsessive of Hassan, right? But people like Tectone, where you have, Hassan just lost all sanity. Items addressed the allegation, it didn't go well. Content caught by iDubbbz. Twitch just got sued. Hassan, it's time to stop. World's fattest streamer Frogan crashes out hard. Like, when you get to a person where you keyword search Hassan on their channel and there's like over a dozen videos that come up, Hassan, it's time to stop. Hassan just lost all sanity. Hassan caught lying big time. Hassan caught lying again. Breaking news, Hassan just got banned. Hassan is trying to cancel Asmon again. Hassan turns on iDubbbz. Hassan goes after Asmongold again. This got personal between Asmon and like that's the issue. That's the problem. Right? Once you get into this point, people just don't take you seriously. Right? Even people who don't like Hassan are like, okay, this is like a weird thing going on between like drama. Right? And it stops becoming about like what Hassan is saying and more about the the drama aspect interpersonally between streamers, you know? That's what that issue is. If you're discouraged about Ethan, 45,000 concurrent slot viewers, just remember that on TikTok we're seeing a million plus likes on videos dissing Ethan. Yeah. So I don't know what Asman dad is saying. Asman's combined total of more than 100,000 viewers since simulcasting on Twitch and Kick, 50 on each site by broadcasting a broad range of content from gaming, news to horror and rise overseas, etc., etc. He's been the top Twitch streamer for years with a steadily increasing viewership of a broad range of content. Hassan's constant political commentary. You're right. People don't take Asman seriously because he laughs and jokes around more. Equals he's more entertaining. I mean, that's subjective, right? And also, I don't trust Kick viewership, but I think you're right about the rest of it, though. Like, I don't think you're wrong about like your analysis on that. Like, Asman has more of a widespread appeal in like the gaming space. I think you're correct, right? The difference is that when it comes to like mainstream spaces, they just don't take Asmongold that seriously because he's a gamer, right? Hassan is taken more seriously because he does news commentary in a time where it's a transition between like legacy media and digital media more, right? So like that's why Hassan will get like articles written about him in mainstream outlets, and Asman just won't get that, even though Asman's larger than Hassan is, and technically the largest political streamer when he does politics. Hassan's not a gamer, that's why. To be fair, he was playing Elden Ring Night Rain yesterday with Will. Based on at least my used to be friend that takes on a similar case in that way. If they do talk about Asman, it'll be the same way they reference Ethan to make him look goofy and unhinged. Yeah. It'll be more like, because this issue with like being in like the gamer space, in that like a lot of Asman's like content is like a slob or like, you know, having a messy room, stuff like that. That works in the gamer space because like we can laugh at that, like, haha, gamers or whatever, right? And then, but with the issue is when mainstream media picks up on it, they're like, oh, who's this Asmongold person? And they search Asmongold. That's what the stuff they'll see, and they'll just take that less seriously because it's like gamer content. You know? But that's just the case. A lot of people also aren't thinking about how fans usually don't migrate to platforms. If there's an infinite amount of Asman-like streamers on Twitch, if Asman left, the people would find new degenerate gamers to yell about boobs in video games. And once you get to a certain size, you become a personality. You're like a it's like gravity, right? While everybody does have gravity, or every mass piece of mass does have gravity. If you are more massive, you have more mass, you have higher gravity. Therefore, you attract more things to you, right? And so once you become a streamer of a certain size, a certain mass, then if you move platforms, you will start pulling, right, viewers with you to that platform. People will stay, but you have a better chance of pulling viewers when you are of that size because you're a personality, right? People do want to see, what did Asmongold say this time? You know, that's just the case. Oh, I didn't remember what that was. I closed it by accident. Oh, yeah, okay. Meant to close that. Yeah, that's Dicktone being banned on the platform. I mean, as Ludwig said, half of viewers stayed on YouTube. Yeah, half of Ludwig viewers stayed on YouTube. That's what you're gonna get. I think multi-streaming in general is a good idea. I've said it before this entire thing happened. I said it like 6 months ago at this point. I've been multi-streaming on January. Right, I was multi-streaming on since January. I've been saying it then that I think most streamers should multi-stream, including people like Hassan, right? I think everybody should multi-stream. It's a very little lift. It doesn't cost any extra money. And currently I have 100 extra people in YouTube chat. And I don't even look at YouTube chat. You know what I mean? But it's a way for discoverability. I think that there's less of an incentive to multi-stream on Kick unless you are doing it for the ideological reasons, right? Unless you are literally Asmongold, there's no reason for you to multi-stream on Kick because there's no viewers on Kick and there's no discoverability on Kick, right? You know? And so unless you're there like ideologically to like get like certain articles written about you, which, you know, is what Dicktone is doing, there's just no reason to stream on Kick. Unless you get a bag. Which, I mean, Dicktone and Asm said they didn't get. They're just regular streamers on the platform. But who knows? I don't know their deals. What you know about rolling down in the deep? Marcy likes Larceny. Thank you for the tier 1 sub as well. Much appreciated. I was watching on YouTube till an ad come up. That's the point. You watch on YouTube and Twitch. But when an ad comes up on one platform, you just switch to the other. Boom. You switch to the other. Boom. You just keep skipping the ads, you know? That's totally fine. I definitely support doing that. But also, I also support you subscribing to me on Twitch, right? And if you have a Twitch Prime account, you can use your Twitch Prime account for free to subscribe. It sounds weird now that I keep saying it. Or for $5 or $6 with a tier 1 sub. So if you don't like seeing the ads, you can just use your subscription on me. I'd appreciate that. Because if not, I'm gonna have to start taking brand deals, chat. You're gonna see me partnering up with BetterHelp and SodaStream and Coca-Cola. And let me stop. I'm sorry. Please read this chatter. What does chatter say? What is Nazi Jason about his views? I get saying that he's center right, but I genuinely don't think that he's any Nazi rhetoric. But the logic you're saying Hassan is a terrorist propagandist because his rhetoric is either adjacent to or directly tied to his views that align with designated terrorist groups. Talking about Asmongold? Asmongold has done Nazi apologia, right? Maybe unwittingly. I'm not saying he says it on purpose, specifically, but like he has when he says that like, oh, the Holocaust 99% happened. That's Nazi rhetoric. Right? I don't think he intended it to mean it like that, but like that's what it is, Nazi rhetoric. Right? When you talk about oh, the Nazis didn't burn books because they were you know, LGBTQ plus literature. It was because they weren't written in German. That's Nazi apologia. That's Holocaust revisionism. Right? Or yeah, like I mean this one. He's saying that Palestinians have inferior culture.
I've communicated and ways that I've acted that are indefensible.
Right? That he acknowledged it was wrong. Like there are things that he has done and said that is like he said things that are Nazi rhetoric. That are here to Nazi rhetoric. Asman also said that he was the opposite of when someone asked if he was Jewish in the chat. Yeah. Like it's not like the people are saying this that are off base. You can disagree with it. I'm not saying you can't disagree with this characterization, but you can't act like this is like based on nothing. You know what I mean? You can't act like this is not based on anything. Like his editor that he employs for his YouTube channel saying that Nick Fuentes is an actual Nazi, right? An actual like theocratic fascist, self-described, called him mildly right-leaning. If you think that Nick Fuentes is mildly right-leaning, you're already a
Mini
Nazi.
5,130 just subscribed.
Right? So Asmongold didn't do that, but his editor did. So his editor's a Nazi. Like, that's the point. It does come from somewhere. It's not like baseless. Many thank you for the 18-month resubscription. What you know about rolling down in the deep? And the brain go numb, you can call that mental freeze. I feel like a dot in the ocean. Anyway, that's the Dicktone situation. And the moves to kick that are happening. What is this Miskiff clip about?
It's like, oh, it's your elbow.
Oh, it's my elbow. Oh, I thought it was like a tool.
Their actions are arbitrary in nature, and as such, you should be compensated for loss of profit reputation damages. Seek legit legal advice, and if you can sue them.
The camera function in Mario.
Oh, it's about something so separate. I love the idea that, oh, sue Twitch because you got banned on the platform. And like, it's not like a private company that had a TOS specifically to stop people from doing that. Like, you signed it, especially when you signed to be a partner and make money on the platform. Like, you've signed 3 separate agreements getting to that point, right? So yeah, in conclusion, shout out Twitch for doing this thing. The second funniest thing. LOL. I was watching Miz last night. Asmon rated him, and Miz's chat were all shitting on him. It was glorious. That might be a meme, though. Yeah. Also, there's like an hour-long video about Dicktone and allegations that he claims are baseless and not founded in reality. That I don't think we're gonna watch right now. Also, watch this. Speaking of these slop tubing people, watch my newest video about not Dicktone, but Dicktone's boy. He said, named Nicholas Light TV. So yeah, it's a good video. You should watch it. Also, I want to point out that I've gained like 1,000 subscribers in the last 4 days. 4 to 5 days just from posting daily videos. You know? Yeah, Dicktone is banned. I am slightly curious about this whole streamers are ruining DreamCon video from 2 days ago. Before we move on, let's see this. Asmongold was shocked after making nearly 40K in his first 2 kick streams. This is Dexerto doing an ad for Kick, by the way. Full stop. You watch Tom McDonald? Is there a new Tom McDonald? Like, this is an ad for Kick, which is, again, Asmongold said he didn't get a special deal. He said he's just going there as a regular streamer on the partner program, which you can choose to believe if you want to. This is just an ad for Kick, right? You're not making the same amount of money in 2 streams than you do in a month on Twitch in perpetuity, even if you're Asmongold. If that was true, why are people leaving? Why didn't Your Rage speak about like Kick payments?
Let me tell you one thing. I don't even think I'm allowed to say this. I still haven't gotten paid my last payment or 2 from Kick. I ain't gonna cap. It's December. Listen,
Yeah. This is also probably additional deal money. No, I think genuinely, I think Kick is inflating the numbers. We know that Kick is ran by Stake, which is a crypto casino that we know, that we assume, that I assume has the option to like rig odds, right? I think they're doing something similar to that with this. I think they are tweaking the odds or the numbers or the amount of money that streamers make for like Asmongold, maybe even Tectone or a few other people, just to just to do ads. This is an ad. It's like this is paying Asmongold $40,000 essentially to do a big ad to get people like me and streamers of my size to think that like, oh, it can be viable for me to stream on Kick, which would then further legitimize Kick, right, and get more talent onto Kick. Even admin was whining about payments some time ago. What admin? Like Kick admin? It's like Elon Twitter Blue. Yes, it's exactly like Elon's Twitter Blue, like check marks. Yeah. They do that for streamers gambling on Stake. It's 100% happening. Yeah. I'm going to switch to Kick. He's multi-streaming on Kick. Right? But the goal is not to like make Asmongold stream fully on Kick. The goal is for small streamers, right, who are looking at this Dexerto post to see, oh, I can make a bunch of money on Kick, and then they start streaming on Kick. That's what the goal is. Right? That's what the goal is. It's like, oh, I can make $40,000 in 2 streams on Kick. Or for them, it's I can make as much money that I make in a month in 2 days on Kick. Yeah, I'm going to go there and do that. So now Kick is legitimized, even though that's not true. Because it doesn't even make any sense. It's like the saying that goes, if it's too good to be true, then it probably is, right? Very famous and popular saying. If it's too good to be true, then it probably is. If you could make how much money you make in a month on Kick, on Twitch in 2 days, why would you not be doing that? Why would everybody not be doing that? Right? Why would people who were making that money be leaving Kick to come back to Twitch? Right? And I know this because Kick has sent me emails offering me thousands of dollars too. They've sent me an email saying, hey, Sean, you could make upwards of, like 15,000 extra dollars a year if you were to stream on Kick. Have you considered it? Let's have a meeting on the books. Do I think that's true? No, I don't at all. Right? But they have enough money to shell out for the most visible people on the platform, right? But when you join, it's literally crypto gambling shit, right? It's you see people doing crypto gambling, they make a bunch of money, you get in, and somehow, oh, now all the money is gone. You just got in a little bit too late. Ugh, everybody already just pulled their money out as soon as you joined. Isn't that crazy? Oh, isn't that wild? Oh, man, it's literally like that. That's what's happening here. It is a pyramid scheme, yes. Except that like there is a pyramid scheme that has a little bit of like seed money to start the pyramid up.
Two of them. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god! Oh no! Oh my god, bro. What is this? You don't know what Panda, I did, yo, bro, like, somebody gotta show it, somebody gotta say it. I know Tectone was talking about multiplicatives. I'm looking at numbers. I show you the fucking graph. You want to see the graph? We put it down. So there it is. That's 2 days. That's 2 motherfucking days. Oh my god. And that's not even being exclusive to Kick. That's insane, right? And so anyway, yeah, I think maybe that's why I was thinking about, like, yeah, donate $2,000 that time I die and
Anecdotally, I think he's getting a kickback. Genuinely, he says he doesn't have his own specific deal. Anecdotally, I think he's getting a kickback. I think he has equity in Kick, or he's getting like commission for the amount of streamers that he brings to Kick or something like that. I think he's getting some sort of kickback. Because there's no reason for him to do this, by the way. There's nothing that he gains from doing this. Outside of being like, man, everybody should get on Kick.
Dark Souls, like, it's not really a big deal.
Right?
That's whatever.
Because there's no shot this is accurate. I don't believe it. Right? There is no shot this is accurate for like consistent revenue. Because again, if it was, people would not be leaving. It would be like having a money printer, right? That people keep returning. You open up an Amazon link and there's like legitimate money printer prints actual money. And the little blurb underneath saying that most people return this item. Right? And if you have one person underneath it being like, man, this is a money printer. This is so good. Why did nobody know about this? You'd be like, oh, well, if it prints money, that's pretty good. But then you look and he says, but why does it say most people return this item? Why would most people be returning it if it was a legitimate money printer? If this was the case, why would streamers be moving back to Twitch after their Kick deals are over? If they could make the amount of money that they made in a month on Twitch for a few days on Kick, it just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Genuinely, it doesn't make sense. There is something fishy going on with the payments here. I don't believe it.
And yeah.
If even Aiden's back on Twitch, yeah. Estimated is doing a lot of work here too, yeah.
And anyway, does that include the partner program? Yeah.
Bro, what's going on? I'm just getting a bunch of subscriptions on YouTube.
Yeah, it does. And there it is. It shows everything. And estimated income, I think the monthly is estimated. No, it's not estimated. They show, let me see if I can show this. Let me go back and double check. Yes. I don't know if I can show this. Too bad.
I can't even see it. Bro, it's so blurry.
So, there it is. And, yeah. That's so I'm making a bit more, right? Things are going to be a bit more. And, I'm thinking.
I don't believe it. I would believe if it was like $10,000, that would make more sense to me. But like 30K is completely unimaginable. In that, I don't believe that that's legitimate money. I think it's he may be getting subsidized a little bit. Right? I would need to see how many subs he got on Kick. Because Kick has a 90-10 split, right? Or 95-5 split or something like that. We can do a little bit of math here. Right? If you got $30,000, and if it's done primarily by subs, that's times 0.9. That's 20,000 individual subscriptions for $5 a month, essentially. But no, sorry, that's wrong. It'd be 30,000 divided by 5, then times 0.9, right? 5,400. That would be the number of subs, I believe. But actually, it's not that crazy. Now that I think about it.
Thinking that, yeah, I think that, you know, we've had a really good.
But like, again, you're not getting 5,000 subs in a day on Kick if you join. Asmon, maybe, because he has such a large established audience. This would be the equivalent of just like 5,000 people in Asmon's Gold's chat, just like donating to his like, not donating, but like, what's it called? Yeah, like doing a dono, a PayPal donation or something like that. It'd be like that. Maybe the initial money from Kick is some kind of buying likes and followers leading to fake growth. It may look like it pays well at first, but in the long run, it isn't real. Yeah. I don't think that it's that for Asmongold, but I think it's I think it's similar. That is, I think what I did here is correct. This is correct, right? Because if you do this backwards, it's like 5,400 subs times $5 for each sub. Oh, you're right. That's not correct. It's actually 30,000 times 1.05 divided by 0.95 or something like that. Wait. Actually, that's wrong. 30,000, hold on, times 1.05. No. Divided by 5. This. So you do this times 5 equals times 0.095. I did that wrong. That's correct. It is 6,300, right? $5 per sub, right? Times 0.95. Yeah. No, I was right. I was right. I was correct. I was correct. It is 6,300 subs at a 95.5 sub split. That's what it is.
Good. We've had a really good couple of days here. It's been a bit, and this is also, keep in mind, by the way, this is also with my stream because we had so many people move over to the platform. As far as I know, on their back end, they are still fucked. That doesn't sound, that's probably not the right way to say that. But what I mean is that their system is overloaded from the amount of people that have signed up and started using the service. Okay, let me just
wait. Okay, if that's true, I think this is supposed to be like a flex for Kick. That's not good. That's really bad. It's supposed to be like, oh, I'm bringing so many signups that it's breaking their systems. Yeah, it's not supposed to break their systems. That's like the entire thing about having a system is that it's supposed to handle loads of that size. Loads of that size. You know what I mean? Like, you're supposed to be able to handle thousands of subscriptions a day, especially if you want to compete with like freaking Twitch. Especially for a platform where bandwidth matters. How do you as a social media platform that can't handle tens of thousands of people? Yeah.
just go.
His fans are stupid. His fans have an ideological reason to believe what he says. And take it at face value. Server getting destroyed by one streamer's community is not a good look. Yeah. Not for like investors. If there are investors. I don't even know if they have ads. Ow. Pain. What is the ideology? Racism, I guess. Just like right-wing sentiment in general. Well, anti-woke, anti-SJW behaviors. I just had a few clips left in my hair. Wait, just one more. Just one more. But yeah, that's this. Oh, this is what Hassan said. Every single one of these accounts is basically doing promo for Kick, all blue, checkmark, power farmers. It's a way to try to lure people into streaming there. Kick dumps money into rich and famous streamers. Kick dumps money into rich and famous streamers' laps, causing the false belief the average Joe will also generate money. Yeah. If you're an up-and-coming streamer, try to use TikTok to grow as an audience. This will lead them back to Twitch or to YouTube streams. There is a reason why only weirdos stream on Kick. Twitch is the best community functions, plus Rev, saying as someone who's been banned almost a million times. I will say, Hassan's not incorrect, but he's also this is kind of an old person take. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the old, this would have been true 3 years ago. 2 years ago when like Jinxie was popping. Chat, do you hear about Jinxie now? Do you hear what Jinxie got going on TikTok? No, exactly. No offense to Jinxie, right? It's just that what Jinxie did and it worked very well. Right? He has an established audience, he has a core community. Queso's still popping? Yes, Queso was popping, but not necessarily because he's still posting on TikTok now. Right? But instead because he did that when it wasn't a benefit. And now he's still entertaining and he's still like growing his base normally from having the name, the established name recognition. Is it Vanilla Mace from TikTok? I don't know. All I saw from Vanilla Mace was the Ethan Klein thing that was on TikTok, to be fair. But I think what you need is less about posting on TikTok, because I think that it is useful, but it's too saturated now. Like when I'm scrolling on TikTok, I'm not seeing stream clips. Right? There are people with millions of followers on TikTok who try to stream on Twitch. It doesn't work. Right? Some do work, right? But the amount of followers and the amount of people that you need on TikTok to actually have an audience on Twitch is just diametrically opposed. To get an audience of my size on Twitch from TikTok, I would need to have like 800,000 to 1 million followers. You know what I mean? And I don't have 800,000 to 1 million followers. And so if you do have 800,000 to 1 million followers, to higher than that, right? Then yeah, you could easily get like 1,000 viewers on TikTok. You're not getting like 20K. You're not hitting like top 50, right? But you'll get 1K, you'll get 2K. You'll be chilling. You know? But like for like the average Joe, if you're sitting with like 40,000, 50,000, even 100,000 followers, you're getting probably 100 TikTok viewers. You know what I mean? You're getting probably 100 or so TikTok. I'm sorry, 100 or so Twitch viewers from that. And so I think that there is still some usefulness in this, but I think posting on TikTok is like old news. Right? I would say if I had to guess what the next thing would be, because right now we're in like a holdover phase, a transition phase, right? Between like posting stream clips on TikTok and then whatever the next thing is. I think what the next thing may be is, I think Tips Out was correct when he said this, multi-streaming, very important, and YouTube Shorts, that's still in the tail end. I think YouTube videos in general. YouTube is always just the best thing to do. Right? YouTube is always the the best option for like discoverability. I don't understand why more streamers don't multi-stream. Laziness. A little bit. Right? An idea of that it will help them or it won't help them. For me to detect don't get banned again? Yes. He got banned. Not permanently though. Oh. Tear that in my mouth. Oh my god, these two chatters have been arguing about who is more famous, Greta Thunberg or Kai Cenat, for the last like 20 minutes. They've been going for the last 20 minutes about who is more famous, Kai Cenat or Greta Thunberg. Like I've been seeing them. I've been seeing them just go at it. And I've ignored. But like they've been going back and forth. Not even 2, 3. There's been 3 chatters. Okay. I'm getting paid either way. Let them argue. You know what? Keep arguing, chatters. I think it's fine. There are people who, when I post a YouTube video, they're like, "Oh my goodness, Sean's chat isn't even moving. He's botting his views or whatever." So you know what? If it keeps the botting chat allegations or the botting views allegations off my back, keep going. Addie Slim, thank you for the 5-month resubscription. Much appreciated. It's Kai, that's the answer. You know, that is a good question. Maybe we'll visit that question a little bit later. This is what Eric is saying. Eric's saying it's hard to get folks off of TikTok and on other platforms. My TikToks can get 1 million views while only my best YouTube videos barely crack 10K. Only a few creators have done it super successfully. 100% agree with the advice, but it's tough to pull off. Yeah. I think that okay, this is what I will say. This is my advice. If I were to give my advice from my perspective, you as a small streamer need eyeballs. That's it. That is the only thing you need. You need eyeballs. You need people watching your content. You need people seeing your face, being aware of who you are. That is your biggest thing to get over as a small streamer. That is the biggest thing to get over as a small streamer. And so your content being in front of as many people as possible is a good thing. And so I think there is a usefulness into posting on TikTok, right? In the same way I think there's usefulness in posting on YouTube Shorts. In the same way I think there's usefulness to posting cut down YouTube videos from your Twitch streams. Things of that. You just want to make sure that people have content of yours to watch when people find you out for the first time. And streams are just kind of inaccessible to people. You know what I mean? So like if you post videos on TikTok, because you're watching on YouTube, just wanted to say thank you for your commentary. Us YouTube watchers are here. YouTube viewers, welcome in. Hello, welcome to Twitch, by the way. I've gotten a lot of new YouTube subscribers since posting on YouTube, so I can speak from that perspective. I've got a lot of new viewers, maybe not on my streams, but on my YouTube videos and subscribers from posting consistently on YouTube. Right? You just need more people and more people to see your content. The latest video is a banger, not gonna lie. I think a lot of my videos have been bangers recently. Right? Because I think a lot of my stream content has been bangers. Right? Because I think my streams have been good pretty consistently for a while now. But the problem is, like, after those streams have ended, the content's gone. After those streams have ended, the content's gone and nothing happens from there. So there's a lot of good content that nobody's going to see, right? Because it's literally just sitting in an archive channel that nobody's looking for. And so cutting those streams down into bite-sized, digestible pieces that you can watch and things of that nature, right? It's important. You've been doing great because, not gonna lie, your thumbnail is gonna hold you back. I think you're wrong. My thumbnails are fire. My thumbnails are fire. My magnum opus. I've told people that if there's no harming to other social media apps, it's free to post on them. Even if the content doesn't take off, the traction picks up on one, people will go back to watch older content. I have with YouTube videos. That's, first of all, W. And second of all, yeah, that's the kind of the point. But you need that repertoire as well, right? You need to have a catalog of videos if you want to grow as a creator and not just as a TikToker or not just as a YouTuber. If you want to grow as a creator personality, you have to have a catalog of videos, right? That when people watch one, they're like, I like this person's personality in this video. I'm going to see what else they're about. And they watch your other content as well, right? And that's what consistent video posting does. And it's slow going. I've only gained 1,000 subscribers since I started posting 4 days ago, but that's still 1,000 more than I had a week ago. I've gained more. I can probably check this for my social blade. Let's see. What? Who's Sean Blackburn? That's not me. Why does this guy show up before me? He has 7 subscribers. This, right? You notice something different? We'll go last 14 days. You notice something different between May and June? No, Ethan? No, not that. Right? I was still streaming on YouTube in May, but I got no subscriber growth until June. And I started posting daily content, daily videos on YouTube. 400 subscribers, 100 subscribers, 100 subscribers, 100 subscribers. Right? This hasn't even updated yet for what's it called? For June. But I've gained more subscribers than I have in this past ever, probably in the past like 2 years, because of daily videos. Around the time your dailies, it reminds me to check the stream. Yeah. Like, I'm not making money off of these videos specifically because I'm not getting like crazy views, right? But it serves a purpose. I'm new here and I found you through one of your YouTube videos. Heck yeah, chatter. Even me, as someone who's willing to watch an old VOD, so watching more of your videos now because it's chopped up daily. Yeah, and like the segment from earlier today about Dicktone is going to be chopped up and put on YouTube tomorrow. Probably, most likely. Right? And then I will keep doing that, at least for the month. And we can look at how much I've grown for this past month compared to how much I've grown for this past 6 months of not doing that, right? But the point is, one, consistency, because the algorithms demand consistency. And two, it's just discoverability. You need to get your content in front of people, right? And after I get YouTube to a state where I can do this consistently, one video every day, right, consistently, I will then move on to TikTok. or YouTube Shorts. Right? And I'll put short form videos. Right? I did post a full VOD on TikTok. It's like 30 minutes just to see if I could. Facebook at Streamer U. Right? And I guess you can. I don't know if like gaming channel would do numbers. I have plans for gaming content. It probably will go on a second channel, but for things like Chat Control's Baldur's Gate 3, like fun, like coding-esque challenge gaming videos, stuff like that. Right? Something that I've been floating about is about like where to post my content. That's the biggest question that I had. Right? Where to post my content. Because I have another channel called Sean the Black Live that I have as well, that I also posted the agent video on, but I decided to post it here. But like, because it's a balance between like having daily content for my YouTube channel, but also trying to grow another channel. But that channel can't grow if I don't have content for it. But if I put content on that channel, then I don't have content for this channel, and it's a whole other thing. So waiting for you to buy a Subway franchise and stream its daily operation. I don't have enough money to buy a Subway franchise at this current moment. Well, maybe. That would be funny. But then I have to worry about like health codes and stuff like that. I never understood why people make a vlog channel and a gaming channel. Why doesn't YouTube make a better channel directory or something? Because your audience is going to come for different content. Right? People who come to watch my people who arrive to watch my this content will be taken aback by gaming content and may not watch it. And people who watch my gaming content may not like this other content that I'm doing. And it may fracture the audience. You know? And then you'll get lower views overall. As well as stuff, I don't watch gaming content. Ow. Pretty neck. But yeah. That's what happened to Hassan. It happens to every large streamer. Channel from programming content. The gaming channel will probably be this, like a simultaneous gaming programming channel. Like I was watching a video yesterday. It's like a 4-year-old video. From Automated Minecraft, but I hacked into the offline TV server, right?
Otto, why is my chat a
Videos is a good video. Basically, he codes a thing that lets him control a thing in a Minecraft server that he's not technically supposed to be on. Right? It's a very, very good video, but it's a mix of like technically gaming and coding. It'd be like that. Or like Doug Doug.
Because it's sentient.
It's right? Like Doug Doug.
Quests in a
like this.
Today I'm playing Elden Ring, with every enemy and item in the game completely randomized, and my goal is to beat the first major boss of the game, Margit. But, to make this more interesting, I also made an application that lists out every word that I've said in the past 60 seconds, and then Twitch chat is only allowed to write messages that use those specific words. So, if anybody says a message that doesn't include the words that I've said in the past minute, then they are automatically banned. This, of course, is the perfect opportunity for Twitch chat to finally learn how to speak properly. So I'll make sure to be especially eloquent today.
Yeah, good use for help.
And now let's kick off this.
That's clever. Yeah, like content like this. They're gonna scream into the mic too. These specific creators are so loud. They do be loud. And I'd be less loud. This is peak content. Yeah. I really like Otto one since he's actually trying to break stuff and find solutions, but that's just me. Yeah, but people like, some people don't care about that. I think the reason why Otto's video did so well is because it had the OTV creators at the peak of OTV featured prominently in the video. Right? is I could code stuff like I've spoken to Doug one time before at the Stream Rewards, and I asked him and I was like, can I steal all of your content ideas? He was like, yeah, go for it. I was like, bet. So Doug has given me the go ahead to steal his content ideas. Ow. Oh. Yeah, I've already coded a lot of the stuff, and so just like making a video out of like me playing the things that I've coded, like chat controls Elden Ring, chat controls Baldur's Gate 3, Dungeons and Dragons with Twitch chat. What else did I code, chat? I probably did something else too. Stuff like that. But I need to record the chat using it, and the problem is y'all aren't here when I do it. Right? I need chat to be here for chat controls Elden Ring, and y'all don't be here. So nobody be controlling my Elden Ring. So it's a bad game. It's not a good video. You did a Minecraft one a long time ago? I did do a Minecraft one, you're right. I did do a chat controls my Minecraft a long time ago. I just had an idea. Wait, hold on. Hear me out, chat. What if I do? Here's my idea. What if I do? Chat plays like something, like Tetris or something. Right? Twitch chat controls or Twitch chat plays like Pokemon already exists, but the problem with that is that uses the chat. Now imagine the list of Twitch integrated games. Yeah, that's boring and stupid and nobody likes that. That's the issue. You're not gonna get any views by playing Chaos Mod. Chat, everybody plays Chaos Mod, but you will get views for coding your own Chaos Mod. Right? So like chat plays Tetris, but instead of Twitch chat, like instead of actually doing it in chat, like in chat, boo, no, boring. You do it on screen. Imagine you're a Twitch chatter. This is your screen, right? This is me in the corner here, right? This is me, and this is the game. This is like Tetris or whatever. Like this is like the giant thing. This is like the little blocks. You know. Something like this, right? And it's like this, but instead of using the chat to control it, which Doug has also done for like Peggle, you use your screen. I make a Twitch extension that puts 4 buttons on the screen. 1 button, that's the up arrow. Okay, there's no up arrow actually. There's actually be like a turn arrow. Right? 1 other button, that's the other turn arrow. Which actually this turns the same way. Right? 1 button, that's the side arrow. Actually, no, we like this. 1 button's the down arrow. Means you go down faster. 1 button, that's the right arrow, and 1 button, that's the left arrow. Right? So on your screen, you can click this button for the extension, and then it would like move the pieces. Right? What we can also do is that there's gonna be a lot of people pressing a lot of different buttons. Would there be a delay in reaction time with so many people clicking the screen? You're going to be fighting against other chatters, right? And so what it's going to do is it's going to take all of the chat inputs, right? And it's going to like average them out. And so if like in 1 second you have like 30 inputs, for like the right arrow, 20 inputs for the left arrow, 10 inputs for the down arrow, and then like 2 inputs for the turn arrow. It'll pick like the right arrow, and it'll do that, and it'll do that every second. Risk is a pretty good idea. I've never played Risk, so yeah. Oh, you need to try it? What, play Risk? What is Risk? Not Risk of Rain. Something like this, you know? This is an idea that I had. Just now it came up in my head. By using a Twitch extension to like let chat press the buttons, all of the button inputs get sent to like an API that parses all the button presses and then makes something happen in the game, you know? That's the idea. On the Risk of Rain 2, but we choose your power-ups. Chat plays Elden Ring. We already have that. That's already built. Elon Musk is crashing out over Trump. Stop. That's so funny. Okay, we'll get to that as well. Chat does political commentary. That's all chat cares about. Political commentary. Anyway, I'll keep thinking on it. I'll keep thinking on it. Such ingratitude. Okay. Okay, I covered this. I want to get to the Duke Dennis stuff as well. Mostly because I need another section of my YouTube videos I can... The problem... Okay, here's the problem, chat. Is if I get one YouTube segment out of each VOD, the problem is I have no backups. And I need to stream every day to get a segment every day. And that's not good. So I need to get at least 2 segments out of every VOD. Right? I need at least 2 segments out of every VOD. We have 1 segment talking about Dicktone. Maybe 1 segment talking about like Kick in general. I don't know about posting that segment. I think maybe 1 segment talking about the Duke Dennis situation. Because did y'all see that and hear about that? Like people are like doxing his family. I didn't even know he had kids. Wait, no way. Okay, wait. To be fair, it's not doxing. His baby mama posted the picture of him and his kids. So it's not like people like went and like out of their way to like dig up that information. 6 kids, 6 baby mamas apparently. Yes, yeah, you gotta have kids at his age. He do be old a little bit. Started watching J. Aubrey Musk's video. I have not. It's pretty long, so we might have to save that for tomorrow. And that'll be because the problem is, okay, another issue that I have is that this can't be a segment, right? Me reacting to the Jawbreak video, I don't think I will post as a segment on my YouTube channel. I want to stay away from like the full sale like reactions. Right? And like I react to this, I want to at least have a little bit of commentary here. And I think I've done a good job so far of at least having commentary in all of these videos. That is at least somewhat useful and relevant. Yeah, I want to see what this is about. Trump speaking on Elon Musk coming out against the BBB. I would have won Pennsylvania regardless of Elon. I'm very disappointed with Elon. He knew this bill better than anyone. And if he developed a problem when he found out that I cut the EV mandate, when he left, he said the most beautiful things about me. He hasn't said anything bad yet, but I'm sure that will be next. I've helped Elon a lot. Elon has worked hard at Doge. I think that he's misses the place. Excuse me. I think he got out there and he's no longer in this beautiful Oval Office. It's not just Elon. I think when some people leave, they miss it so bad they develop a type of TDS. They embrace it and become hostile. Oh, he's saying that Elon has Trump derangement syndrome? That's crazy.
So we've done a great job. Elon knew that. Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for
Okay, we'll get that in a second.
For me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor, not the governor from Minnesota, he's a sick puppy, that guy. That poor guy, I feel sorry for him. But they made a bad choice with him. But if you pick Shapiro or anybody else, I spoke to him recently about his house being set on fire, which was terrible. But if they picked him, I would have won Pennsylvania. I won it by a lot. But I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it. He had no problem with it. All of a sudden he had a problem, and he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate, because that's billions and billions of dollars, and it really is unfair. We want to have cars of all types. Electric, we want to have electric, but we want to have a gasoline, combustion. We want to have different. We want to have hybrids. We want to have all. We want to be able to sell everything. And when that was cut, and Congress wanted to cut it, he became a little bit different, and I can understand that. But he knew every aspect of this bill. He knew it better than almost anybody, and he never had a problem until right after he left. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape. He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about me personally, but I'm sure that'll be next. But I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot.
Mr. President, did he, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard, and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there, and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office, and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the Chancellor, this is where it is. People come in here, even from Germany. They come in and they walk into the Oval Office, and it's just a special place. It's, World War I, it started and it ended here, and World War II, and so many other things. Everything big comes right from this beautiful space. It's now much more beautiful than it was 6 months ago. A lot of good things are happening in this room. And I'll tell you, he's not the first. People leave my administration and they love us. And then at some point they miss it so badly, and some of them embrace it and some of them actually become hostile. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others too. They leave and they wake up in the morning and the glamour's gone. The whole world is different and they become hostile. I don't know what it is. Someday you'll write a book about it and you'll let us know. Yeah.
Mr. President, speaking of ending wars.
And so Elon Musk's response to this is so funny. Elon Musk says, without me, Trump would have lost the election, Dems would have controlled the House, and the Republicans would be at a 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude. Such ingratitude. And he posted, where is it at? Let's see. Oh, geez Louise. Oh, here it is. Thank you, chat. He's never been angry in his whole life. Whatever. He's so mad. He's so mad. You know, if Elon Musk was really about it, he'd do something about it. Bro has... I dropped the clip again. Bro's a billionaire. He's getting like blasted by Trump. Trump is bending him over and taking him to town, and he's just taking it. He's just taking it. Elon Musk for this breakup. Drake. A lot of Drake. He's like, why you gotta fight with me at cheesecake? You know I love to go there. Say I'm acting light skin, I can't take you nowhere. This a place for family to drive Camrys and go to Disney. They don't wanna know all of my business. That's what he's like. This is a lot of. Let me cut the mix down a little bit. Test, hello. Wait, is the no, I feel like the autotune's not working. Test, hello. Maybe I need like a higher retune speed. Hello. Wait, I think I might know what it is. Why you gotta fight with me at cheesecake? You know I love to go there. Say I'm acting light skin, I can take you nowhere. What'd he be saying? It's a bit of family that I everything on it. You're running your voice through a dog? Not really. I'm not gonna give you all my secrets. Was auto-tune all along? Yeah. What if I bypass this? What if I bypass everything except for the auto-tune just to check and see if it works? Bypass. Baby girl. I like E major. It's my favorite key. If you don't know, Sean secretly plays autotune sometimes. What do you mean secretly? I haven't done the autotune bit in a while. I'm just not feeling it. You know. I don't feel it right now. Maybe later. But yeah, the girlies are fighting. The girlies are fighting. You can do it all on yourself, baby girl. What's your name? Let me talk to you. Let me buy you a drink. I'm T-Pain. Yes. Oh, please. That would be so funny. Delete the POTUS Twitter account. You see Bradley tweeting that he was endorsed by AOC, admitting some details. That's not what I heard, sir. I heard differently. If like Brad's team jumped the gun, she picked him third. You know what? Okay. This is what I would do as well if I got picked third. Right? It's technically, I guess, could be called an endorsement. I guess. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Close. Oh, also apparently somebody sent this to me in Discord. Apparently Tevin reacted to my video. It is an hour and 14 minutes long. But I am slightly curious. Starting the instigator era. What do you mean instigator? I didn't even do anything, okay? I didn't even do anything. I just posted a video and people have opinions about it. You started discourse? I didn't mean to start discourse. I wasn't trying to start discourse. But did she not pick Zohran? No, she did pick Zohran. The tweet that I showed you was just Brad being like, yeah, she endorsed me too. I'm here as well. Who's Tevin? Tevin is a creator. I think also based out of Texas. Friend of the show. We'll call anybody who follows me on Twitter friend of the show. Who's a speedrunner, who does a lot of speedrunning content, does a lot of drinking content as well. He's cool. Right. And so I am slightly interested about what his take on my video is. Because I said, are they still our content? And then the comment was like, short answer, no, not really. Right. Which I don't think it's unfair. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's a fair take to have. Right. But I am curious about like how that take or where that take comes from. And where I was off base on. From a black person. Also, I just like people reacting to my videos, honestly. As long as the video is coming out in good faith and not like, you know, freaking this guy. Shauna by blatantly lying, saying Ethan torpedoed iDubbbz Creator Clash. You feel me? Hey, he got 1.2 thousand views, so good for him, you know? That is a Taco Bell guy, you're right. That's how we got this. I totally forgot. Bro, what bottom of the barrel content? Like, no joke. Like, just starting from 4 days ago, right? The Alvin BB no money situation is straight up pathetic. Ethan and Harley discuss Creator Class 3 botched. Ethan Klein goes over the iDubbbz Creator Class 3 response. Lover dropped the worst take on the Creator Class 3 situation. Frogan decided to open her yapper again. Hassan's Cobas reached all-time highs. iDubbbz and Anissa look worse after previous Creator Clash, So when is Hassan going to realize he's going too far? The Sydney Bathwater got 300 views, so it doesn't really matter. Yada, 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 yada. Shut up like lies about Ethan torpedoing iDubbbz Creator Clash. Bro is like word salading his way through these titles. Bro is literally word salading his way through these titles. iDubbbz Creator Clash fades away even faster after he embarrasses himself. No one cares about this. I got 400 views. So iDubbbz has dropped a new video concerning about concern trolling, which is he did. I want to watch it as well. I forgot about that. Yada yada, no one cares. He got 500 views. Yada yada, no one cares. He got 200 views. So Content Deputy iDubbbz hit the algorithm. It's over for him. Hassan knows it's as under a microscope now. Anissa, the woman with the biggest victim complex. iDubbbz needs to like, it's such low effort, bottom of the barrel content, and it's kind of crazy because like people come at me for like nobody watching my videos. Bro, he gets like hundreds of views. At least I crack 1K. At least I crack 1K. And he posts like 5 times a day. I wonder if people like this, do they have any creative drive to making content? Because it seems it's just solely for the money, which is sad. Well, he's not making any money. He's doing it for the love of the game. Yeah, all he got was one Ethan Klein shout out, which he was like, oh, thank you, Ethan. Oh, thank you, Ethan. Thank you for the Ethan. Thank you to the Ethan Klein H3 people. Thank you for looking at my video and giving me some clout, which is why this is where his content is going. You feel me? Where is it at? We looked at him before. Maybe he's hoping to attract some big grifting company. No, he wants the Ethan Klein shout out. He posts every 2 hours. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, chat. This is what I don't want to become, right? I want to at least put out daily YouTube videos about things that I care about to some extent, right? Instead of like, oh, I'm going to talk about iDubbed for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 videos in the last 3 days. You know what I mean? Like, just be better. Be better. Right? So I at least think that this Tevin video is at least in better faith. Right? Even if he doesn't agree with me. Which is why I'm more willing to give it a chance as opposed to like this video. Even though I am slightly curious to see what he has to say about me. But before that, I want to get into this Duke Dennis situation and what's going on here. That came from the video about the slop guy moving to kick. It was fired. Thank you. I appreciate that. I've gotten more compliments on my YouTube videos in the past few days than I've gotten in like the past 2 years. You know? People really like the short cut up videos from the streams. This piece I want to hear about the Duke Dennis stuff. Yeah, let's see what this is about.
But, you know, unfortunately, that option has been taken away from me at this point. It's been taken away from me at this point because y'all keep harassing the mother of my kids and, you know, being very, very weird. And this is exactly what I wanted to protect them from all along. This whole time y'all been, you know what I'm saying, trying to dig into like part of my life that y'all was never invited in, like from jump.
Y'all won. Y'all happy now? Yeah. Are we satisfied with the outcome? Over the past couple of days, one of the biggest stories on the internet has been Duke Dennis, his baby mamas, his kids, and all I could think to myself is, man, this is a strange conversation. Not that Duke is necessarily hiding the kids or that the baby mamas are outing him for being some sort of whatever the case may be, but it's this constant obsession with people, these celebrities, their lifestyles, and things that they don't put on camera. I believe we've come into an age and era in which they put a lot of stuff on camera, but it seems as if no matter how much they put on camera, it never satiates the appetite of the hungry audience.
And what I don't understand about this is, how did we even get here in the first place? How do we even get to people talking about like Duke Dennis and his kids? Like, if it was I don't know anything, but if it's a conversation about like, oh, one of Duke Dennis's baby mamas is calling out Duke Dennis for flirting with people on stream, even though he won't call his kids back or something like, if it's something like that, then I'm like, okay, that at least makes a little bit more sense about why it's news, right? But if it's just like people being like, oh, Duke Dennis has a bunch of different kids, and it's like a okay, all right. I don't like. What are we? What are we like? I don't. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, why am I supposed to care about like Duke Dennis and his children, right? Like, if it was like, oh, Duke Dennis is a deadbeat father who left his kids after going to get milk. I'm like, okay, that's at least a conversation we can have, right? But like, I don't care that he has a bunch of kids, unless it's like, you know, actually a problem. Why do we care as society? Right? Or at least as the streaming ecosystem. I don't understand why we care as society, but like as a streaming ecosystem.
So just as I was about to record a video on Duke and this whole baby mama drama.
37 kids, as long as he provided for them, that's all that matters. Okay, to be fair, if he had 37 kids, that would raise some eyebrows from me. You know what I mean? I'd be like, 37 is a lot, right? Like, if he has like, once he gets to like that point, right? If he gets like 37 kids, it becomes like interesting to hear about, not because I care about his kids, but because that is a lot of kids to have at the age that he is. it's just interesting from a numbers perspective, right? But like 8 kids, you know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it's like a Nick Cannon type conversation, right? Just from like a pure, that's a lot of kids perspective, not from like a, I care about what he's doing, you know, or like how he's parenting his kids, you know?
This video dropped, and it kind of validates everything that I was going to say about the reasons why it doesn't make sense for people to want this, desire this, and this is the most peak level parasocial conversation I have ever been a part of. It's okay for him to leave this stuff off the internet. Why? Because of situations just like this.
But now that like it's affecting like, you know what I'm saying, they well-being, and like they getting like threats and like being called names and shit, that was my like main priority from jump. Just I never wanted them in this whole light.
I think where the line would be for me is if his like baby mamas put themselves in the limelight, then I think it would be a different conversation. Obviously they should still be left out of it, but like if they like put themselves in the limelight to either try to expose Duke or you know, defend Duke or whatever, like then you've like, if you've put yourself in the public sphere, of course the public sphere is going to talk about you, right? But if it's like on like a private Facebook page being like, you know, shout out Duke Dennis, the mother or the father of my kids or whatever, then like why should you as a viewer even be aware about that? Why should you even care about that?
Live on the internet every single day. This is where I am. This is where I live at. And I'm well aware on how like the internet and how nasty the internet is. So I always wanted to keep everybody involved away from that. But now, y'all proved me right once again.
And I feel the same way, Duke. And it's crazy that we're here, but we got to figure out how we even got here in the first place.
And honestly, since I'm talking, Duke, frick you. Now I'm on you now. I was going to spare you. I'm not sparing you no more. I was pregnant in December, y'all. And the only thing that went home was that baby. He didn't give me a single dollar. Cool, great. You know, I got it.
Okay. This is different than what I saw. This is different than what I saw. Right? Like, I still think leave these people alone. But like, if she's coming onto the internet, onto TikTok, to like expose Duke, then I'm not surprised the internet is talking about it. Not condoning it, but I'm not surprised. Right? She has brought this into the limelight. Right? And like honestly, like she should, like if she did try to handle this off the internet, then like if she didn't, then she should have done that. But if she, like, I don't know what her goal is with this. Just like expose Duke for what? Like, is it a move for clout? Is it a move for, you know what I mean? Is it a move for just trying to get Duke to be involved with his kids? I don't know. But like she did bring it into the internet space. The audience is just interacting with that. Where social media is these days, I doubt she tried to handle it off the internet, but that's just my speculation. I won't speculate because I don't know. But I could see either way. Is she saying that Duke is a deadbeat? A little bit.
I ain't tripping about it, but it was yours. Told me to keep my baby. And I promise you after this, I wish you would get on here and tell me that you didn't tell me to keep my baby. When I pay for it, and every time I text him for something else, instant response. But when I asked you for that money, or when I bring up the abortion, no response.
Duke Dennis over the past couple of days has been hit time and time again with allegations that he has multiple kids, multiple baby mamas, you know, that he's not taking accountability for them, he's not feeding them, he's not providing them any clothes or any money, and all sorts of allegations that are ultimately detrimental to his character. Now, the thing about the internet is it takes...
Sure, it is detrimental to his character, but if that's correct or not is like, I think the same way that I think, you know, leave the kids out of it is the same way that I think that... Pat, what's up? Hello. It's been a few days.
Just subscribed. Hi chat, hi Sean, hope everyone's doing well.
Hello. I hope you're well. We still have to do something for the collaboration, but I have not hit 30K yet. But thank you for the resubscription. Much appreciated. Right. I do think it is detrimental to his character, but if like his baby mamas are coming out here and sharing their stories, and if the audience that is his audience or is the landscape view him in a certain way because of that, I don't think that's necessarily like inherently wrong. You know? If the facts of the case detriment his character, then it's not them. Yeah.
Takes on the old.
That's against me, not just having a lot of kids, but having all the different people. It just seems careless. I mean, again, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, I'm gonna police who can and cannot have kids. But if the kids are financially taken care of, and if the kids have a support system, I'm not like a big like, oh, you need like a nuclear family, mother and father to take care of kids. If they have a support system around them, like if they have the village to raise to raise them, I think it's fine to a certain extent. Right, but the question is like if there is no support there, that's the issue. That is a issue, and that is a problem. Right? There's more to raising kids than financial contributions. That's true, but you also don't need a like mother and father to like raise a kid. Right? If you have the support system around. Right? There are kids who are raised by their aunts and uncles, kids who are raised by their grandparents. My girlfriend's raised by well, she's adopted, but she's also raised by her parents, and also now her grandmother she's living with, right? Like, you don't need to have like both parents there to be like to have a successful child or parenting method. But I do think that if you are going to have a hand in conceiving the child, that it is a responsibility that you have to be involved in that child's life. Right? You have signed up for that role. Right? You have signed up for that to do that. And so you take on that responsibility. The child is blameless in this. Right? And you step into that role. Especially if you are, as Duke is, a multimillionaire. Right? So the least you can do is be available. Right? Is to contribute monetarily. Like, that's the least you can do. Because the question is, how do those kids fare off realistically? After a certain number is reached, it's impossible to be healthily involved, in my opinion. Yeah, but the question is, like, what are you going to do about it, you know? Not you specifically, Chatter, but, like, do we institute a policy that limits the amount of kids that people have? Like, you can't police that without, you know, dipping into, like, you know, personal freedoms. I mean, obviously education. The education should be there regardless of those people existing or not. Right? Like, yeah, obviously we should have a robust sexual education, you know, infrastructure in this country. No, you can't do eugenics. Eugenics is no good.
Phrase, a lie can go around the world twice before the truth even gets its pants on to a whole nother extent. There were so many different stories and details about how many kids he had, who was his baby mama, what does this mean when he's pictured with some woman. It started to get ridiculous to the point where Duke Dennis had to come out and have a conversation about it and express his sentiments about any sorts of rumors or allegations of the sorts.
I do not have 8 kids, which is no offense.
Like, I think that, like, there is a conversation here about the internet going too far. Like, speculation just going around the world. Being like, oh, Duke Dennis has 5 kids and 5 different baby mamas. Actually, he has 6 kids and 6 baby mamas. Oh, Duke has 8 kids, 8 baby mamas, or whatever, right? Like, that, you know what I mean? That being the case. Right? That is a lot of speculation that is happening. Right? But the truth is that the inception of this was the internet being parasocial and stalking his old Facebook to find his old baby mamas and going to the school and looking at the high school directory and then downloading the you know what I mean? downloading his the yearbook, looking through the yearbook or whatever. You feel me? This man's kids out of it. Judge him all day. Believe his kids out of it. The baby mama brought the kids into it. That's the point I'm making. The point I'm making is, yes, the internet is parasocial. Yes, the internet is weird. Right? But the baby mama, like his baby mama, brought his kids into it. And so the conversation just about like the internet and the internet being parasocial, I feel like is leaving the fact of the matter out is that like it was brought to the internet in the first place. And that is a problem. And that's the main problem. Is that this business being aired out in the first place. Right? Well, problem being though is that that's not always a problem. You feel me? Is that if there is actually an issue about like somebody being either abusive or somebody not taking care of their kids or whatever, I think the baby mama has a right to say something about it. You know what I mean? They're not forced to now shut up and take it because their baby daddy is a famous person or whatever. Right? There's a level of nuance here. Are they the actual baby mamas though? I'm assuming that this person is. Right? That's an assumption that I make because I have no confirmation about this, right? So that's what I'm assuming. Is that this person, right? That she is one of the baby mamas. She's talking like she is. Right? Like Grimes calling out Elon. Yeah, like Grimes calling out Elon. Or the other Twitter posts are calling out Elon. But Elon, please, we can't get in contact with you. Please sign the papers or whatever. Have these stories been substantiated? Because I didn't follow the drama and I thought it was some kind of meme. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just saying that there is a world, like if the baby mama stories are substantiated and they're speaking about their experience, I think they have a right to do that. I guess I don't understand why any of it needs to be public. If the father of your child isn't financially supporting them appropriately, there's a place recourse for that. The course, not the internet. Chatter. You have leftists in your freaking handle. And you're going to sit here and act like the courts are going to act at the behest of what's best for the child or the mother. There's a reason why people go to the internet in the first place. It's because the courts fail all the time. This idea to be like, oh, just go to the courts. I think it's you can say the same thing about people who've been sexually assaulted, right? Oh, why are you airing them out publicly to tarnish their careers, right? Just go to the courts about it. Like the courts fail all the time. Was just having the same problem. My point is that there is a level of nuance to this. Right? It's not as simple as like leave his kids out of it, right? Maybe in this situation that is important. Maybe in this situation it is a leave his kids out of a situation, right? But there are situations where people's baby mamas come out and speak out against a person, and it's justified and it's warranted. Because there's a distance between, the father and the kid. Like Elon Musk's baby mamas. Elon Musk getting people pregnant, people who are Twitter posters, he's like, haha, you post on Twitter a lot, I want to get you pregnant. And then abandoning that child. I'm not saying that's what Duke is doing. Right? But I'm saying that there's not a blanket, leave the kids out of it, don't bring it public situation when it's coming to these things. Right? Did she not say she got an abortion? No, she's saying that she wanted an abortion and Duke pushed back against the abortion. That's what she was saying. She was saying, every time I texted you about getting an abortion, you stopped responding. You didn't respond. Right? She said that she had the kid and she took the kid home. She said when she had the kid, the only thing that she went home with is with the kid. And that Duke didn't go home with her. That's what she said. Because the audience should not be deep diving trying to expose his kids to the world. The audience isn't doing that. The baby mama is doing that. The baby mama is saying you're not taking care of your kids. What do you want us to do? Fuck you, shut up, baby mama, shut up. You take care of that kid by yourself. Shut up, leave the internet. Stop it. Do you want us to do that? Do you want us to shut down women who come out and speak against the father of their kids? I don't think that's a good thing either. I think there's a level of nuance here. Right? I think the internet took it too far. As the internet does. I think the internet took it too far. I think the internet trying to find pictures of his kids and posting pictures of his kids and his baby mama. I think that's too far. 100%. I think that's too far. Right? But this idea that it's a blanket, you know, if somebody has kids and they're a public figure, you just can't ever talk about them. Like you can't ever talk about like their personal life, even if, you know, the mother of those kids wanted to be spoken about. Like I think that's a weird line to draw. Right? There is a level of nuance there.
No offense.
I think the goal of coming out is like he wants to save his image and act accordingly. No, the baby mamas could also be incorrect. You know what I mean? He has a right to speak his piece. Right? But I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you have to, any baby mama who comes out and speaks against a popular figure or a public figure must be immediately shut down because they're trying to publicize information.
Offense to anybody who do. I've been actually watching y'all take that and run with it and post about it and post it in like bold print as if you know for a fact that's the case when it's not the case. I done told y'all that like it's certain parts of my life that I just don't want to share with y'all. All right? I'm never ever going to post my family. All right? That includes everybody except for my brother probably. My brother is the only person in my family that I will post. Anybody else, I'm not posting them. So I'm sorry if you feel obligated or entitled to like be a part of my life in that way. But
like this is all fair. Like what he's saying here is completely fair.
Decided a long time ago that I would never like post my family in that way.
And I don't blame him at all because like we've discussed in these other celebrity worship videos, it's a lose-lose type of situation. And we'll discuss it a little bit in a second, but the way that the audience feels like they are obligated to a content creator's personal life, I mean the real
like this is true. This is the part of the internet goes too far situation that I completely agree with. Right? This is completely correct. People do feel like they have an entitlement into like the personal life of the streamers they watch, whether or not they're in relationships, whether or not they have children, whether or not they are married, right? Things like that.
Details about their personal life is honestly impressively insane. And because this is the internet thing of the week or the day.
But again, I want to point out that like, when it comes to like I don't want a blanket statement of like, just leave people's personal lives out of it. Because there are times where people are shitty in their personal life. And that deserves to be talked about. Especially if things like abuse happen, if negligence is happening, and things of that nature. I think that is completely fair to bring into public, right? To try to hold them accountable for. Again, I'm not saying that that's what's happening here. But I'm just saying that like, that there are instances where that is important. Right? Where that it's necessary.
That then opens up Pandora's box for, you know, a plethora of women to just start putting allegations after allegations after allegations on Duke Dennis, you know, saying that he has all these multiple kids and stepping forward and saying
like,
that
I don't
are a part of his collective of women. Like, I think that's just a strange thing, knowing that your baby's father isn't Duke Dennis, but participating in this conversation because you gain something from it.
Okay, I'll play this.
Okay, boom. I had a crush on him. Boom, boom, boom. Things led to boom, boom, boom. I got pregnant. He didn't want to be involved. He didn't want nothing to do with it. How many kids do I have? I have one son, and his name is Dallas, and he's 2. A lot of y'all don't know my situation, but like my child's father is not involved at all. Certain things floating online with me, and it starts saying speaking on it, NDA signed or stuff like that, and it's like, in no way, shape, or form is that the case. In my life, like, I'm not gonna spend my time, like, tracking no man down, trying to force them to be a father, trying to go to the internet to force them to step up. This is his baby. What?
Like, I don't know. Okay, first of all, I think it's still gross to put your child in your content, even if you're doing it in a way to try to get or hold your baby father accountable. I think that's still gross. I think it's disgusting. to use your young child as a part of the content like that. This is what DDG does. Like this DDG does this, by the way. Like does the same thing about putting his kid as a part of his content to like stick it to Hallie, right? It's the same thing, and it goes for these women as well. I think it's gross. I think it's gross to use your child as a part of the content, right? To stick it to, you know, your baby parent, your baby father, baby mother. It's gross, right? But I will say, if these children are actually Duke's children, which again, I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case. I think that it's fair that they speak out, right? And they give their perspective if they feel like Duke is not moving the way they want him to be moving, right? I think that is fair. Right? It is a situation where, again, I don't know if that's true, but even if it is true, they should not be using their kids on camera. I think it's gross.
Is you trying to be messy again?
Yes, people keep asking me, am I one of Duke Dennis' baby mamas? Yes, I am. I want to be known for me, being me, but not having a kid with Duke Dennis. Like, that's just crazy
Like,
work.
I genuinely don't know if this is true or not. That's the kind of the issue and the problem.
Like, I put in a lot of work for my fucking followers, you feel me? So now I'm gonna be noticed, oh, that's Duke Dennis' baby mama. That's Duke Dennis' baby mama.
Is that not some sort of mental illness? Now, somebody's lying and I'm not in the household, so I don't know. But just imagine if these young women are lying and saying that they are Duke Dennis's baby's mother just for some sort of clicks, clout, and attention. Is this not celebrity worship gone out of control?
Yeah, but you don't know that. That's the problem. He's like, well, imagine if these women are lying. You don't know. The answer is that neither of us know. You don't know, and we don't know. And so I'm not going to speak as to like whether or not we know this or not, right? If it's false, yes, it's gross. But I'm not going to operate as though if it is false because I don't know. I think someone's towing a car outside. I was like, what is that noise? I just hear chains.
Control? How is this not insane? And this leads to one of Duke Dennis's points in his video where he is talking about why he decided to keep his family offline is because as a whole, the internet is just weird about these things. They can be totally messy. They can be totally crazy about them. And they can honestly
Is that
step
your car?
away.
Jokes on them. I don't have a car here.
Over the lines, and that's some stuff.
Whether this just assume it's fake could be unless you know Duke Dennis, you can't know. Yeah, that's my point.
That we just do not talk about.
Y'all proved me right once again. You feel me? So please stop that, okay? This shit is mentally draining for a lot of people, bro. I don't think y'all understand like the toll it takes.
And then like, cause like imagine a world where these women are telling the truth, right? That they're not like trying to garner clout or whatever, right? Now they're being harassed by, you know, like, I didn't want to say like Duke Dennis fans or whatever, but now they're being harassed by the internet under the assumption that they're liars because they couldn't possibly be telling the truth.
You know
But again, I don't know. They could also not be telling the truth. I just don't know. I don't know, so I'm not going to speak as if I do know.
On them every single day, especially when y'all calling them names and like doing a whole bunch of weird shit. So
wait, actually he's actually addressing that. He is saying that like a lot of their like a lot of his baby mamas are getting, you know, called names and stuff.
Understand like this shit is mentally draining for a lot of people, bro. I don't think y'all understand like the toll it take, you know what I'm saying, on them every single day, especially when y'all calling them names and like doing a whole bunch of weird shit. So just respect is all I've been asking for this whole time. Respect you know what I'm saying, everything.
And I wish that that was so simple, but as I scrolled through the timeline doing research for this video, I saw nothing but personal attacks and attacks on people's character and all these other things when it came to Duke Dennis in this situation. It's literally the opposite of respect. It's straight disrespect to a person, a person's family, a person's livelihood, a person's situation that they ultimately do not know. I saw Duke and his...
But also, like, he also doesn't know. Right? So the disrespect may be warranted. I don't know.
Family members be called out of their name left, right, and sideways. And it's honestly...
Like, does he think that... Okay, maybe I'm misunderstanding. Maybe I'm being uncharitable. I think that there is a chance that Duke Dennis is speaking to his audience while he is streaming. When he's saying, leave my family out of this, right? He's talking to his audience and his defenders who are going out to attack his baby mamas, right? And I don't know if Omizi is getting that. Right? If I'm reading that correctly. I could be reading that incorrectly. I don't know. I guess the main issue is that I just have not seen what the discourse is surrounding, like, what people are saying. Grandma, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. I made it funky. Thank you for the 19-month resubscription. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good stream, Gremlo. And yeah, I am almost at 30K, chat. And at 30K, I will be doing a 30-hour stream.
Just subscribed.
I will be doing a 30-hour stream. So if you are lurking, you haven't followed yet, you want to drop a follow, I would appreciate that. We'll be playing some games. We'll be doing some collabs. Things of that nature. Not a $300 stream. That's not happening. Also, in case you didn't see, I have started posting daily on my YouTube channel. There's some good content here if you have something you want to watch. Oh, my video hit 1K views. Any cosplay during stream? What would I even cosplay? MB Sharky, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Walter White, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Much appreciated. Pop Smoke cosplay? Mod been that guy. Yeah, I'm trying to thank you. I did my hair yesterday. Oh, there's still a clip in here. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay, let's continue. We're talking about Duke Dennis.
Disgusting, because I'm thinking to myself, how do we even get to a point where somebody feels comfortable enough to say that a stranger is a whore, slut, loser, all these just negative things? But the only reason why these things exist is because slut, loser, all these just negative things. But the only reason why these things exist is because people feel obligated to their favorite content creators, private life, personal effects, and otherwise. And maybe it's the nature of what streaming has
apply
become.
to, like, I'm curious, does this apply to calling like Elon Musk a deadbeat? You know what I mean? Is calling Elon Musk a deadbeat wrong and bad because people are parasocial? Duke is cool though. I'm not saying Duke's not cool. I'm not even saying that Duke is a deadbeat, right? But I'm saying that, like, I think it would be a different conversation if the internet went out and like found this information themselves and then brought this back and then like dropped it. Again, that would be like full stop bad. But in a situation where like his baby mamas are coming out and saying things and the internet is reacting to it, that's a different dynamic. Right? If these women are coming forward and saying that he's the father of their children, that he's explicitly responding by saying that he doesn't have any kids, as an explicit discrediting their stories in the process, everyone should have their privacy respected. But there is a clear contradiction in the statements from these women and Duke Dennis. No. You're not listening. Duke Dennis didn't say he didn't have any kids. Duke Dennis said that he didn't have 8 kids with 8 baby mamas. Right? He didn't like say he had no kids in the clip that we saw. He said he didn't have 8 kids with 8 baby mamas. We don't know about the intricacies of Duke Dennis's life. And honestly, I don't think we should. Right? But what we do know is that there are some women who are coming out and they're saying things and making allegations. Not like, allegations, but like they're saying that Duke is not involved in his life or his kids' lives. But it started as that. That's not true. He started out by saying he had no kids. I haven't seen that, right? It started out by people saying Duke Dennis is my baby's father. And this is what happened with Duke Dennis. That's how it started. That's what got people talking. It wasn't just out of nowhere. It wasn't that like the internet just made this thing up. Because he did not explicitly say that he did not have any kids. He didn't deny everything. He just and admitted to having kids. He started out denying the number of baby mamas, which is what we saw in this video. I can show you the clip that we saw, which is all that I've seen. Right?
No offense to anybody who do. I've been actually watching y'all take that and run with it and post it and post about it and post it in like bold print as if you know for a fact that's the case when it's not the case. I done told y'all that like it's certain parts of my life that I just don't want to share with y'all.
Wrong one, sorry. It's this one.
Because of situations just like this.
But now that like it's affecting like, you know what I'm saying, they well-being and like they getting like threats and like being called names and shit. That was my like main priority from jump. Just I never wanted them in this whole light because I live on the internet every single day. This is where I am. This is where I live at. And I'm well aware on how like the internet and how nasty the internet is. So I always wanted to keep everybody involved away from that. But now y'all proved me right once again.
And I feel the same way, Duke. And it's crazy that we're here, but we got to figure out.
Okay, then we have a full link to this. I don't think this is being presented in the correct way. 314. I don't think that this clip is being presented in the correct way.
So rumors or allegations of the sorts.
I do not have 8 kids. Which is no offense to anybody who do. I've been actually watching y'all take that and run with it and post about it. And
he said that he did not have 8 kids. Wait, where was that before? I don't remember what I was at.
You feel me? So please stop that, okay?
Do not talk about.
Y'all proved me right once again. You feel me? So please stop that, okay? That shit is mentally draining for a lot of people, bro. I don't think y'all understand like the toll it take. You know what I'm saying? On them every single day, especially when y'all calling them names and like doing a whole bunch of weird shit. So just respect.
Like here it sounds like to me that he's defending his baby mamas, right? And he's chastising the people who are calling them out their names to defend him. Right? He's not talking about the people who are criticizing him specifically. That's how it reads to me, but that's not how it's presented in this video. It's presented differently in this video.
It's all I've been asking for this whole time.
And so I don't even think Duke is in the wrong here. Like, he hasn't said anything that's, when it's contextualized like that, it makes complete sense about what he's saying. Right? But it's being presented by him saying like, you know, that he's going after people who was criticizing him.
Respect, you know what I'm saying, everything.
And I wish that was so simple, but as I scrolled through the timeline doing research for this video, I saw nothing but personal attacks and attacks on people's character and all these other things when it came to Duke Dennis.
But he only showed people attacking Duke. He's not showing the people who are attacking the baby mamas. And that's what Duke is addressing. Unless I am completely reading this incorrectly. Right? He's only hyper focusing on people yelling at Duke, and not the fact that Duke is addressing people who are yelling at his baby mamas. He's saying, don't demean them to defend him. Yeah. And so I'm confused.
It's literally the opposite of respect. It's straight disrespect to a person, a person's family, a person's livelihood, a person's situation that they ultimately do not know. I saw Duke and his family members be called out of their name left, right, and sideways. And it's honestly disgusting, because I'm thinking to myself, how do we even get to a point where somebody feels comfortable enough to say that a stranger is a whore, slut, loser, all these.
And then he only shows somebody calling Duke a deadbeat. He doesn't show he has not yet once shown the people who are yelling at and chastising and criticizing the women, which is what both statements from Duke were talking about. You're right, I was instantly like, oh, this guy's pushing the guy's narrative in a very specific way. He's giving manosphere vibes. But like, Duke is not even doing this, which is kind of crazy. Like, Duke is not even doing this. Duke is like, I don't think Duke has really done much wrong in his response to this, like, at all.
These just negative things. But the only reason why these things exist is because people feel obligated to their favorite content creators, private life, personal,
I don't know, it's weird,
effects, and otherwise. And maybe it's the nature of what streaming has become and content creation has become. You know, as we vlog more, as we IRL stream more, as we post more, as we click more, people feel as if they know more about them. But it's so hard to really get comfortable with, you know, your audience or community, or, you know, post such things when every time you do post, you drop in privacy levels. Like, they have people on the internet giving out think pieces, trying to dissect your mentality of your decision making, of hiding your family, protecting your family, or whatever pieces of the life.
Like, there is a conversation to be had about this entire situation, about parasocialism, and about like celebrity worship, but it's not from like people who are like, or not, it's not only from people who are criticizing Duke, right, and getting involved in his personal life, but also about people who are defending Duke by yelling at his baby mamas. Like, it's two sides of the same coin. And I feel like we're only talking about the first thing, the one side.
That you live, keeping it off the internet. We have people that are on the internet giving out whole think pieces about who you are and essentially why you owe them a reason as to why you aren't saying these things.
There's some shit that I just keep to myself, my mom.
Okay, I feel like he thinks that his aura is gonna go down if he has a baby mama, and so I just want to know what the heck his reasoning is for not claiming his daughter, though. Is it because he wants to be hoeing? Is it because like what is it?
Because he don't understand the concept that he wants to be not. He doesn't want.
Like, I think that if the mother of Duke Dennis's daughter, if this is true, if this is correct, if the mother of Duke Dennis's daughter came out and was like, Duke, you're not claiming your kids, people talking about that is not necessarily like, I don't think that's parasocial specifically, right? Like, it is parasocial, but it's not like more parasocial than, geez Louise, what is happening? Oh, it's YouTube subscriptions. It feels very parasocial, to be honest. Yeah, but it's not more parasocial than normal, right? It's also not more parasocial than people who are like, how dare you talk about Duke Dennis? Leave him alone or whatever. You feel me? Like, what do you expect the women to do in a situation in the first place, right? if women feel like they have no support and they come out and they speak publicly about, hey, I want to speak publicly about this, there's no support, and people support that woman, is that parasocial? Right? Or is attacking that woman who's coming out with no support, is that parasocial? Like, it's all parasocial. Like, we're just talking about like internet dynamics. Right? But one is seen as acceptable. It's acceptable to like yell at and chastise the baby mamas for coming out and speaking their truth and giving their perspective. Right? That's parasocial. That's unacceptable. But it's fine to like, sorry, that's fine and acceptable. But like supporting those women who are coming out is parasocial, and that's too far. I can understand why he wants his private life to stay private. It feels like most people are only interested in the drama of it all. I understand why as well, right? But you have to understand that, like, if the baby mamas come out with the information and they want the information to be public, there's only so much you can do, right? Like, imagine if it was imagine if it was a different situation. Imagine if it was a situation about abuse, right? It was a situation about abuse. And there was somebody who was being abusive to somebody else, and somebody made that abuse public. And then people came out and was like, oh, keep people's private life private. What happens in the bedroom stays in the bedroom. Who cares about what's going on there? Leave it out of that, right? Right? If it's really important, go to the courts and talk about it with the courts or whatever. Like, I feel like somebody coming out and giving their perspective when they feel like they've been wronged, especially against somebody who has more power than them, I think that's an important dynamic to not just throw out of nowhere. Right? Again, I'm not saying that's what's happening here. I do think that genuinely it would be better if, like, you know, just leave all the family out of it and nobody talks about it. That's why I didn't talk about it, because like, it's just, I didn't care about it, right? It wasn't necessary to me. It wasn't important to me. Right? But I don't think you can reduce down every situation about like people's private life becoming public as just it being parasocial and inherently unacceptable. Right? There are situations where private information becoming public is necessary, right, to protect the lives of the people in the situation and even the lives of kids. Right? Like with Elon Musk. Again, Elon Musk is the example that I'm calling out. Elon Musk not claiming his kids, not paying child support, right, is important. You're not winning that in the courts. And the courts take a long time for that to litigate in the first place. And so coming out in public, you'd be like, Elon Musk, you're not paying child support or whatever. If you're yelling at that person to be like, oh, shut up, you're airing out personal business, this should be private, leave his private information out of it, right? I think that's unacceptable. Right? It's not as black and white as just, oh, leave private information private or whatever. Especially specifically, Elon specifically moved court case to Texas to cap his child support payments. He's the worst person to call a father. Yeah. Yeah. My point is that there's a level of nuance here. If legal action isn't the goal, then what is, though? Not discrediting anyone, just wondering, warning people, seeking support from community. Both of those, right? Pressure, public pressure, pushing them to act in a certain way. If you're not getting your child support, coming out publicly to be like, hey, I'm not getting my child support from this person, is to put pressure on that person to give into the child support, right? Like, legal action isn't the only way to solve problems. It's 9 times out of 10 not even the best way to solve problems. You want to avoid that if it's possible. Legal action is the final step.
None of his actual real life personal business to be on the internet.
No, I get that. I'm just saying I want to know why he doesn't want it on the internet.
Even as somebody is sitting there saying, yo, he just wants his privacy, he doesn't want all this acknowledged, you still have people saying, yo, I want to know why. This young woman is actively saying, no, I need to know why. I want to know why. I have an obligation to know why this stuff about Duke Dennis. And my question is, why? I think creating parasocial relationships is an inherent evil of, you know, content creation in today's age. In order to stay relevant, you have to post. And in order to continue to stay relevant and continue to stay in people's minds, you have to post more and more and more. Part of building an active and loyal community is by making yourself as relatable as possible. And that may mean, you know, playing into some of these narratives and tropes and, you know, relatable things that people have that are a part.
And I agree with this. But again, my issue with this video is that why is he not addressing the people who were attacking these women to defend Duke Dennis? It's based in the same thing, is it not? Right? It's still parasocial. And that is what Duke himself is addressing in these clips that he showed.
Part of your viewing audience. That does build a sort of mental bond between viewer and content creator that I believe is very much unhealthy. But the reality is that's the case. I do think that these people who do form these bonds lack some sort of, you know, fulfillment in life. So they're trying to, you know, link through these creators mentally to try to fill some sort of void. Almost like that Avatar connection from James Cameron's Avatar movies. But it gets to a point where people can't even take a break on the internet without people diving so deep into the content and the conversation that they develop these storylines. I remember when Phantom took a break literally a few weeks ago, and some of the most outrageous storylines about him being kicked out of AMP, him leaving AMP arose that had no merit and no basis to them. And if it weren't for them having such a solid foundation, I don't know if they would be able to survive something like this. Because ultimately, like Duke said, this stuff does get to your head. This stuff is mentally taxing.
I'm gonna keep shit short, bro. People was saying, yo, Phantom got kicked out of AMP. You know what I mean? That's all I'm gonna say, bro. I built this shit brick by brick, bro. I could never get kicked out.
I think this serves as a bigger lesson for those that are willing and wanting to.
I don't think that necessarily serves his point in general. Right? Because it kind of feels like in that moment, Phantom was kind of leaning into the bit a little bit. You know? So like it doesn't serve the purpose of it being like, oh, the whole AMP was treating that like jokes. Yeah, like it didn't feel like, oh, he was really getting to his head. And he was being you know, it really hurt his feelings that like people were speculating whether or not he got kicked out of AMP. But I don't know.
To be upcoming creators, be very careful as to what you post online. You know, only give but so much. Now, this may be something that ultimately stunts your growth and stunts your success, but you have to be very strategic about what you do post, what you don't post, what you do talk about on streams or in the content or whatever, and what you don't talk about on the streams, the content or whatever. There are people developing relationships and feelings about you that you honestly have no clue about, to the point where they're willing to put themselves in harm's way to get off a joke because they think that they share the same relationship and bond with you as other content creators do to them. That's literally what happened in the DDG situation from the other day at DreamCon, when the young man came out and talked about why he would be suing DDG and why he didn't think that this would happen to him. Is because he literally said, well, I thought this was a joke.
He said it's a skit. Like, is that true?
Man, that ain't no skit. I got banned from the event. I can't go back now, and I'm not sure if I can go back next year, which I hope I can. You know, I spent a lot of money coming over here.
Wait, DreamCon banned this guy from the event and didn't ban DDG?
Trying to have fun with my people. And I'm not sure if he got banned from the event, which I assume he did, because that goes with his people. But I gotta let you know now, I gotta take legal action against him or his brother. Somebody out here, that's unacceptable.
Why did you call him doo-doo garbage? Like, why did you say that?
I thought it was all jokes. I never seen DDG react like that in the past. Never seen him tell anybody to go do something to anybody else. So I'm thinking it's all good.
Yeah, that's you developing some sort of imaginary connection with DDG, a man that you don't know. Let me remind you.
Like, why are we defending DDG here? It's a 5th grade insult. Again, cringe, sure, yeah. Who cares? Who cares? It doesn't matter. is a cringe 5th grade insult. Doo-doo garbage. Like, what are we talking about? Soleimani was the one that started doo-doo garbage too, really? The most dangerous? Yeah, like, I'm just assuming you're not going to get assaulted in public should be the normal take. Yeah, like I don't, even the person who was like, oh, Vape Nation in front of Hassan, I don't think Hassan should have beat that guy up. You know what I mean? Sure, it was cringe. Right? It was cringe, we can call it cringe. But like to sit here and act like it's like, oh, well, you kind of brought this upon yourself because you assumed you had a friendship with DDG. Like, no, when he said I thought it was jokes, right? He thought that DDG was a person that could understand comedy. Not that, like, I thought I was friends with DDG and we had an inside joke together, right? He said, it's like getting mad at comedians, right? Like, what are we, like, guys, analysis is off. It's just, it's, like, it doesn't feel like it flows in the conversation about, like, parasocial relationships. Right? It doesn't feel like that's the same conversation. Because what this is also like, I feel like there's a better conversation for, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. I don't have a take on this. You create a convention, someone calls you doo-doo, that's different. Where'd you call DDG doo-doo garbage to his face without any reaction? It makes sense for a viewer to think it was fine. Who's Reggie? I know Corey 2K did it at a streamer university. Right? Reading DDG, what does that do? Oh, I have it turned off right now. Frozen cosplay guy? Yeah, the Frozen cosplay guy. Right? And it's like, again, you can think it's cringe, you can think that it's weird for him to be like, oh, doo-doo garbage or whatever. But like this idea that like, oh, you had it coming because you thought you were friends with DDG when you made this joke or whatever. It's just it feels like nobody else is really like held to this standard. You know what I mean? It's such a weird thing to be like, oh, well, you brought it upon yourself to get punched and beat up at DreamCon because you said doo-doo garbage. Or is like a streaming university a real thing? I cannot bring myself to watch it to find out. Yes. Because he's just posturing people that follow these guys like to cosplay street politics.
That you just don't know. Do I think this will change anything about how people view Duke Dennis? Probably not. If you continue to make judgment calls about something that you don't know, even if he ultimately had to reveal the fact that he did have a baby mamas, or whatever the case may be, and you still continue to judge him and ridicule him, this is the negative side of the celebrity worship that I'm talking about. Only reason,
like, why, again, I think his analysis is very like surface level. I just don't understand why he's not talking about the people who are on the other side of it, right? Yes, the people who are doing this are cringe. The guy who called DDG doo-doo garbage is cringe. I think it was funny. It's cringe, right? The people who are like, oh, God, Duke Dennis, how many kids do you have? Tell me now. I need to know. Cringe. It's cringe. It's all cringe, right? What is also cringe is people who are harassing his baby mamas for talking about this, right, on TikTok to defend Duke Dennis. That's cringe. People who are, harassing and yelling at those people, that's also cringe. I feel like we have to have that conversation too. We have to talk about that as well.
reason why you're doing this is because you pedestalized him in the first place, and now you want to knock him down because this is how worshiping goes. What I do know,
like that has no basis in reality. Like, there's no basis in reality that people who are criticizing Duke Dennis now are the people who pedestalized him in the past, right? It makes more sense if you look at the internet as, like, you know, different groups of people doing different things for different reasons, right? There are people who are defending Duke Dennis because they like Duke Dennis, and that's a part of celebrity worship. People who are attacking Duke Dennis's enemies because, you know, Duke Dennis is, you know, being talked about by his baby mamas. That's celebrity worship. Those are different people than the people who are criticizing Duke Dennis in the first place.
Is these weirdos and their commentary and conversation online forever. Like this one young lady who ended up doing some digging, and I mean digging, to find these things about this young woman, the person he was at the baby shower with, and started posting these photos online. It amazes me what lengths people go to find these people's families and honestly put them into potential harm's way, because we know that these things can escalate to a further level. Look, I've said it once and I'll say it again. The celebrity worship epidemic has to stop. It's only getting worse, and we need to get a hold of it quick, fast, in a hurry. Or the other response, and it would be very reasonable, is that your favorite creator stops giving you information about themselves. They stop making themselves relatable to you, and they ultimately distance themselves from just this entertainment lifestyle. Because nobody wants to live in constant fear of their family being outed, or, you know, somebody running up on them, or, you know.
Oh wait, he has a video on content creators are getting beats for clip farming. Don't do this. And not like, hey, don't beat up people for saying doo-doo garbage. Okay, I can't. This person, we're done. We're done. Anyway, you should watch my video instead. I think it's much better. This one right here. Thank you very much. I am slightly curious about, like, streamers are ruining DreamCon. It's about this. It's about the same situation, but a few other different things. You see the guy talking about your video? Did I miss it? Which guy? There's two different guys talking about two separate videos of mine. I was talking about your video on Stone AV is great. Recently, a white friend said to me, a dark-skinned black man, that I was acting light-skinned. And I asked him when he understood that Fred meant he meant being a silly guy. Being a silly guy. Yeah. Oh, not the Taco Bell one? You check out parts of the Tevin video. Yeah, it's quite long. It's quite long. I might have to say this for tomorrow, chat. I have a meeting in about 30. Right? I am slightly curious. So we might have to save it for tomorrow. Just hold on to it, chat. Save it. He did disagree with you on some stuff. That's fine. That's chill. I still think I'm objectively correct on everything I say. But I don't think people are inherently bad for disagreeing with me. But yeah, I do have to use the bathroom. I do have a meeting soon. So I will take my leave. Thanks for watching, YouTube chat. Shout out to you for being here. I'm taking these glasses off. But goodbye, YouTube chat. Adios. I am curious about how he found the video in the first place. I hate that I spark discourse. Sometimes I wish I can just, like, you know, yap into the void, and then nobody ever has a problem with it. But then I always start discourse, and then people are talking about it. He disagreed, but understood where the anger came from. Y'all all saw the video? Jeez Louise. All right, I have these bathrooms. I do have to go. Watch my newest video, chat. Let's see how well it's doing. It's currently 2 out of 10. Not 1 out of 10 though. Right? But 2 out of 10. So you should watch it. Also, we're less than 300 followers away from 15K. If I can hit 15K on YouTube, 30K on Twitch, and 40K on Twitter, 40K on Twitter, and I think 70K on TikTok. I'm out on milestone. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty far from 70 or from 90K. Sorry. We're pretty close though. Milestone Central. 100 years ago, new favorite content creator. Great stream. Thank you. But yeah, I have to use the bathroom. Yeah, I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Adios.